Chapter 2761, Chapter 2761, A Gift of Thanks. Chapter 2761, A Gift of Thanks. In truth, Su Zimo had always been an outsider in the years he came to the Sword World. However, the people of the Sword World had always treated him with respect. As an Immortal King expert, the Peak Master of Carnage Sword Peak was even willing to personally thank him for Baiming Shui. Even if some sword cultivators were dissatisfied with him, they would only openly challenge him. Even if they lost, there were no plots or schemes, nor would they invite any experts to take revenge for them. Due to the upright atmosphere of the Sword World, it nurtured so many open and magnanimous sword cultivators. Su Zimo smiled. "Senior, you're being too polite. As Baiming's master, these are my responsibilities." Lu Yun nodded slightly and pondered for a moment. He looked at Su Zimo and said, "Young friend Su Zhu, there's something that might be a little presumptuous. I wonder if I..." "Senior, feel free to speak." Su Zimo said. "Young friend, you're straightforward. In that case, I won't beat around the bush." Lu Yun said, "Baiming Shui has already become a perfected immortal and your cultivation realm is only slightly higher than hers. I think it would be better for her if an Immortal King expert imparted the Tao to her. Of course, you will still be Baiming Shui's master. There's no doubt about that." Su Zimo shook his head gently. "Baiming Shui cultivates the martial Tao. Even Emperor experts might not be able to guide her on the martial Tao, let alone Immortal King experts." Lu Yun said, "However, if I'm not wrong, you're not cultivating the martial Tao either, young friend." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. "However, I'm the only one who can guide her in the martial Tao." Lu Yun hesitated. In reality, there were other reasons why he wanted to insist on his stance. However, when he saw that Su Zimo's tone was firm and difficult to sway, it would seem rude if he continued persuading. Lu Yun smiled. "I was just asking casually. I hope you won't take it to heart, young friend." Naturally, Su Zimo did not mind. Lu Yun was doing this out of goodwill because he wanted Baiming Shui to become stronger. However, it was true that others could not guide Baiming Shui in the martial Tao. Lu Yun said, "By the way, I'm here to thank you as a token of Carnage Sword Peak's sincerity. I've also prepared a thank you gift for you, young friend. I hope you'll accept it." Yun Ting was secretly speechless. As a Peak Master and a Peak Immortal King, Lu Yun was already very sincere by thanking him in person. To think that he even prepared a thank you gift. "Senior, you're too polite." Su Zimo was about to decline when Lu Yun waved his hand gently. "Young friend, don't be in a hurry to decline. Please listen to me. Young friend, I already know that you imparted the 3 great sword arts to Baiming Shui. I believe you've already cultivated the 3 great sword arts as well." Su Zimo had no intention of hiding this matter to begin with. When he saw that Baiming Shui did not suffer in the sword world and was valued instead, he had already planned to impart the 3 great sword arts to her. From a certain perspective, it was equivalent to the return of the 3 great sword arts to the sword world. Lu Yun continued, "The owner of the 3 great sword arts, Emperor Immortal Vanquishing, was once the Peak Master of Carnage Sword Peak. Back then, he left all his sword intent on Carnage Sword Peak. The thank you gift I prepared for you is a chance to experience the sword intent of Emperor Immortal Vanquishing by going to the back of Carnage Sword Peak. As for how much you can comprehend, that will depend on your own ability. Of course, there's a prerequisite. You can't impart the sword Tao of Carnage Sword Peak to outsiders in private. A chance to experience Emperor Immortal Vanquishing's sword intent." Su Zimo was tempted. This was a rare opportunity for him. "Brother Su, what are you waiting for? Agree quickly." At the side, Yun Ting sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness hurriedly. Under normal circumstances, those who are not from the sword world would not have the chance to experience the sword intents of the 8 sword peaks. This thank you gift is filled with sincerity. Don't worry, you don't have to have any reservations. People of the sword world do things openly and won't plot against you. At the very least, they won't harm you. Su Zimo agreed with Yun Ting. As a peak master and an immortal king expert, there was no need for Lu Yun to go through so much trouble to deal with him. However, he had a nagging feeling that Lu Yun seemed to have another motive behind the thank you gift. Lu Yun continued, "Young friend, you will definitely gain some insights after sensing the sword intent left behind by Emperor Immortal vanquishing since you've cultivated the 3 great sword arts. In the future, you can also guide Bai Ming Shui in the Carnage Sword Dao." Alright. Su Zimo no longer declined and agreed right away. On the peak of Carnage Sword Peak. Apart from Lu Yun who was not around, the other 7 peak masters were gathered here, sipping tea and chatting. The peak master of Sever Sword Peak said, "I heard that Brother Lu went to give Su Zhu a gift." The peak master of 5 Elements Sword Peak smiled. "That's right. The thank you gift that Brother Lu prepared is very meaningful." "What do you mean?" The peak master of Tyrant Sword Peak was puzzled. The peak master of 5 Elements Sword Peak explained, "He's allowing Su Zhu to head to the back of Carnage Sword Peak to sense the sword intent left behind by Emperor Immortal vanquishing. It's very sincere of him indeed. However, unless one is a monster incarnate of the Sword Dao, how can ordinary cultivators comprehend the essence of the Carnage Sword intent left behind by Emperor Immortal vanquishing? Although Su Zhu has cultivated the 3 great sword arts, can he compare to Bai Ming Shui in the Sword Dao? Bai Ming Shui has already cultivated the Immortal vanquishing sword to a quasi-peerless divine power level. Even after sensing the sword intent of Emperor Immortal vanquishing, she could not break through. How much can that Su Zhu comprehend?" The other peak masters nodded as well. As long as it was a sword cultivator of Carnage Sword Peak, they would have a chance to sense Emperor Immortal vanquishing sword intent. However, after so many years, how many sword cultivators could comprehend the Immortal vanquishing sword? On the other hand, Lin Xuanjun of Sever Sword Peak and Yun Ting of Extreme Sword Peak managed to cultivate the Immortal vanquishing sword to a quasi-peerless level. The peak master of Illusory Sword Peak said, "If Su Zhu senses nothing, he will also understand that he has no right to guide Bai Ming Shui in the Sword Dao. Brother Lu has put in a lot of thought into this thank you gift." The peak master of Fiend Sword Peak said, "If Su Zhu can realize his shortcomings and withdraw voluntarily, it can be considered as preserving his dignity as well." The peak master of Zen Sword Peak said, "Speaking of which, among the legacy disciples of this generation, Lin Xuanjun, Bai Ming Shui and Yun Ting have all comprehended the Immortal vanquishing sword to a quasi-peerless level. I believe that with their talent, the 3 of them will be able to comprehend the true Immortal vanquishing sword in the end. However, I wonder who can control this peerless divine power first. Why don't we make bets?" Suddenly, the peak master of Fiend Sword Peak was interested. "I'll bet on Lin Xuanjun." After all, Lin Xuanjun's cultivation realm far surpassed Bai Ming Shui and Yun Ting's. She indeed had a better chance of comprehending the Immortal vanquishing sword first. Apart from the peak master of Fiend Sword Peak, 4 other peak masters of the 7 placed their bets on Lin Xuanjun. Only one of them thought highly of Bai Ming Shui and the other thought highly of Yun Ting. "Huh." The peak master of Fiend Sword Peak laughed. "We'll count Brother Lu in when he returns." As everyone chatted and laughed, 3 figures sped towards Carnage Sword Peak from afar. Their leader was none other than Lu Yun. Behind him were Su Zimo and Yun Ting. Chapter 2762, Chapter 2762, Carnage Sword Intent. Chapter 2762, Carnage Sword Intent. A large number of sword cultivators were gathered beside the sword cleansing pool. Ever since Bai Ming Shui transcended the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, many sword cultivators wanted to follow her cultivation method and cultivate nearby. At the front of Carnage Sword Peak was a sword chi waterfall that rumbled endlessly. Emperor Immortal vanquishing sword intent was behind the mountain. Yun Ting bade farewell to Su Zimo here and returned to Extreme Sword Peak. Su Zimo followed Lu Yun around Carnage Sword Peak. When they arrived at the back of the mountain, the roar of the sword chi waterfall disappeared instantly. Carnage Sword Peak was like an immortal sword erected here. The front and back of the mountain peak were like two sides of the immortal sword, isolating two different worlds. There were clearly fewer sword cultivators behind the mountain of Carnage Sword Peak. Generally speaking, one could only observe and sense the sword intent left behind by Emperor Immortal vanquishing after becoming a perfected immortal. It was not that the sword world had deliberately set a threshold to make things difficult for the sword cultivators. It was because their cultivation realms were insufficient and cultivators could not withstand Emperor Immortal vanquishing's sword intent head-on. At that moment, some perfected immortals behind the mountain were calm and focused. They raised their heads slightly and looked at the sword marks left behind on the back of the mountain peak, sensing them silently. Emperor Immortal vanquishing's Carnage sword intent was all contained in these sword marks. Lu Yun said softly, "Young friend Su Zhu, there's something I have to tell you in advance." The sword marks on this mountain peak were left behind by Emperor Immortal vanquishing back then. The Carnage sword intent inside will have a huge impact on the Tao heart. Even some paragons of Carnage Sword Peak might not be able to sit here for more than 2 hours. If you feel that something is wrong and you can't withstand it, please don't force yourself. Retreat in time and distance yourself from this Carnage Sword Peak. That way, you'll be able to escape the influence of the Carnage sword intent. The moment he said that, a sword cultivator not far away suddenly opened his eyes and his expression changed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The person panted heavily with bloodshot eyes and a murderous aura. He had already lost his rationality. Lu Yun frowned slightly and waved his robe sleeve, moving the sword cultivator far away. He called out softly, "Your Tao heart is unstable. If you continue to act tough, you will only suffer." Those words seemed to be a reminder to Su Zimo as well. The sword cultivator shuddered and the blood in his eyes faded gradually, allowing him to regain consciousness. Embarrassed, the person struggled to his feet and bowed to Lu Yun before slowly retreating. "Young friend Su Zhu, you saw it too." Lu Yun turned around and said, "I don't know much about you and don't know how your Tao heart is. If you don't gain anything from sensing the Carnage sword intent, there's no need to force yourself. Your body is the most important." Su Zimo smiled. "Don't worry, senior. I know my limits." Lu Yun gave a few more reminders before turning to leave. He soared all the way to the peak of the mountain. When Su Zimo arrived before Carnage Sword Peak, he did not sit down. Instead, he stood on the spot and looked at the sword marks left behind by Emperor Immortal vanquishing. His heart skipped a beat as he held the Bodhi seed in his palm. To him, this was the best opportunity to comprehend the Immortal vanquishing sword. He could not miss it. With the Bodhi seed in his hand, his perception and comprehension increased as well. In reality, Su Zimo had cultivated the three great sword arts for even longer than Bai Ming Xue. Furthermore, he comprehended the first version of the three great sword arts. Bai Ming Xue had a sword-shaped martial spirit, talent in the sword Tao and unprecedented comprehension of the sword Tao. However, she had not been in contact with the first version ancient scrolls of the three great sword arts for long. Furthermore, Su Zimo possessed the body of a grade 12 creation green lotus. Be it cultivating the immortal, fiend or Buddhist Taos, there were no obstacles to it. He could fuse them into his dermic Tao and turn it into his own creation. It was the same for cultivating the sword Tao. The immortal vanquishing sword that Su Zimo cultivated was already at the level of a quasi-peerless divine power. Coupled with the fact that he had cultivated the two great sword arts for many years and accumulated them, now that he could sense the sword intent left behind by Emperor Immortal vanquishing back then, the final transformation was only a matter of time. Su Zimo had mastered many killing techniques. Not only were there the 3 great sword arts, there was also a secret skill with extremely strong killing intent like White Tiger Corpse Collection. He was no stranger to killing intent. Most importantly, Su Zimo had cultivated the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra before. The inspiration for the 3 great sword arts created by Emperor Immortal vanquishing originated from a passage in the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. When the human's killing intent is released, heaven and earth shall topple. Su Zimo had also read the complete Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. His understanding of those words was not inferior to Emperor Immortal vanquishing. Coupled with the 3 great sword arts and the carnage sword intent left behind by Emperor Immortal vanquishing, it was only a matter of time before Su Zimo comprehended the peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword. On the peak of the mountain. Brother Lu, make a guess. Who do you think will comprehend the immortal vanquishing sword first, Lin Xuanzhen, Baiming Shui or Yunting? The few of us have already made our bets. The peak masters urged. Lu Yun shook his head gently. How can it be so easy to cultivate a peerless divine power? It's difficult for the 3 of them to comprehend it in a short period of time. Who can say for sure when such a distant matter will happen? It will probably take thousands or even tens of thousands of years for the outcome to be decided. The peak master of 5 elements Sword Peak nodded and said, "What Brother Lu said makes sense. In my opinion, let's change our bet to something that can be decided quickly." "That's easy." The peak master of Tyrant Sword Peak smiled and said, "Let's bet on how long Su Zhu can last against the sword intent of Carnage Sword Peak." "All right. That's a good idea." The eyes of the other peak masters lit up. The peak master of Illusory Sword Peak said, "If I remember correctly, back then, Lin Xuanzhen, Yun Ting and Baiming Shui lasted for 6 hours before they were forced to retreat. Su Zhu will definitely not be able to reach 6 hours. His Dao heart will be pretty strong if he can even sit for a full 2 hours." The peak master of Sever Sword Peak said, "I'll bet an hour. In my opinion, he can only last for 15 minutes at most. Aren't you guys looking down on him too much? I bet he can sit for a full 2 hours." The 8 peak masters placed their bets one after another and chatted casually as they waited. Time passed slowly. 15 minutes. An hour later. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed and Su Zimo was still comprehending without moving. "We were all wrong. Looks like Brother Lu won." The peak masters exchanged glances and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Among the 8 peak masters, only Lu Yun guessed that Su Zimo could last for 4 hours. In reality, he did not have high expectations for Su Zimo initially as well. However, after his interaction with Su Zimo earlier on, his intuition told him that this young man was far from simple. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. Su Zimo was still comprehending below. To think that this lad would be able to hold on for so long? The few of us were wrong this time round. The 8 peak masters still had relaxed expressions and chuckled. As time passed, the smiles on the faces of the 8 peak masters decreased. At that moment, 6 hours had passed and Su Zimo still showed no signs of leaving. The 8 peak masters exchanged glances with grim expressions. The peak master of 5 elements Sword Peak said, "This lad's Dao heart is indeed very strong. He's actually comparable to Lin Xuanzhen and the other 2. The other peak masters were silent. Right now, it was no longer a matter of standing shoulder to shoulder. If Su Zimo continued comprehending, he would have already surpassed Lin Xuanzhen and the other 2. 8 hours. Su Zimo's eyes were still closed and he was motionless. After the 10th hour, Carnage Sword Peak was already shrouded in darkness by the night. However, the 8 figures on the peak did not look tired at all. Suddenly, a commotion sounded from below. Su Zimo opened his eyes and moved. Chapter 2763, Chapter 2763, Peerless Comprehension. Chapter 2763, Peerless Comprehension. Sensing that, the 8 peak masters heaved a sigh of relief. He finally can't hold on any longer. Before the peak master of Sever Sword Peak could finish her sentence, her expression changed. Something's not right. The other peak masters noticed something amiss at the same time. Su Zimo did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward from Carnage Sword Peak. Immediately after, a shuddering and terrifying killing intent burst forth from Su Zimo's body and surged into the skies. A clear sword hum sounded from his body incessantly. The terrifying killing intent from Su Zimo touched Carnage Sword Peak and even resonated with the sword marks on it. The commotion here instantly woke up the surrounding sword cultivators. The sword cultivators widened their eyes and looked at Su Zimo in horror, retreating one after another. An extremely sharp sword chi surrounded Su Zimo's body. It was sharp and murderous, many sword cultivators could not withstand it at all. The sword chi condensed with a terrifying killing intent and gathered behind Su Zimo continuously. In a blur, a phantom sword appeared with a faint blood color. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. Lu Yun had a conflicted expression as he lamented, so not only does this person have a strong Dao heart, he's also talented in the sword Dao. With the help of the Carnage Sword intent of Carnage Sword Peak, he actually comprehended the Immortal Vanquishing Sword to the level of a quasi-peerless divine power. I really don't know what this person has experienced to be able to forge such a powerful Dao heart. The Peak Master of Zen Sword Peak praised as well. The other Peak Masters were silent and merely stared fixedly at the phantom sword below. As time passed by, the sword became clearer and gradually materialized. The blood color gradually enveloped its body and became even more blinding. This is. The 8 Peak Masters exchanged glances and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that Su Zhu was about to comprehend an actual peerless divine power? That was way too terrifying. Throughout history, the sword world had produced paragons and monster incarnates as well. There was no lack of people who comprehended that peerless divine power of the sword Dao. However, none of them comprehended that peerless divine power the first time they arrived at Carnage Sword Peak. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the 8 Peak Masters would not have believed it. Zing! The blood-colored sword behind Su Zimo had already condensed completely and emitted a cold sword hum with killing intent. The blade of the sword seemed to be stained with blood and was like a deathly blade that was extremely dazzling in the dark night. The resonance between the Immortal Vanquishing Sword and Carnage Sword Peak became clearer and the latter even began to tremble slightly. Carnage Sword Peak was the core of Carnage Sword Continent. The vibration of the mountain instantly woke up all the sword cultivators on the continent and they broke out of seclusion one after another. What a strong killing intent. What happened? I'm not sure. Could it be that a powerful enemy is attacking? Look over there. After the initial confusion, many sword cultivators quickly discovered the blood-colored sword that pierced into the clouds in the direction of Carnage Sword Peak and could not help but gasp. This is the Immortal Vanquishing Sword. Heavens, someone comprehended the peerless divine power, the Immortal Vanquishing Sword. Ordinary disciples might not know what had happened, but legacy disciples like Wang Dong were shocked and exclaimed when they saw that. Who is it? Who comprehended that peerless divine power? Could it be Junior Sister Baiming? That's not right. Junior Sister Baiming is cultivating in Myriad Sword Palace at this moment. It shouldn't be her. I think someone saw Yun Ting heading in that direction. When many sword cultivators saw that, they hurried to Carnage Sword Peak to take a look. On the one hand, it was out of curiosity. On the other hand, sensing the Carnage Sword intent of the Immortal vanquishing sword at close range was also extremely beneficial to them. On the peak of the mountain. After the initial shock, the 8 peak masters gradually calmed down. Among them, Lu Yun had the most complicated feelings. The main reason why he sent this thank you gift was because he wanted Su Zhu to realize his shortcomings and retreat after realizing that he could not impart the Tao to Bai Ming Shui. However, to think that this thank you gift would fulfill this person's wish. It allowed this person to take the huge leap and comprehend the peerless divine power, the Immortal vanquishing sword. The peak master of Extreme Sword Peak sighed. To think that the few of us would all lose. Who would have thought that an outsider would be able to comprehend the peerless divine power of our sword Dao before Lin Xuanzhen, Bai Ming Shui and Yun Ting? The peak master of Fiend Sword Peak was exasperated as well. The peak master of Sever Sword Peak looked at Lu Yun. It's the worst for Brother Lu. I'm afraid your hopes of taking in Bai Ming Shui will come to naught. Lu Yun smiled bitterly. Su Zhu comprehended the Immortal vanquishing sword first, which meant that he was extremely talented in the sword Dao. Although his cultivation realm was slightly lower, he was fully qualified to impart the Tao to Bai Ming Shui. Even though he wanted to, it was no longer appropriate for him to mention taking in Bai Ming Shui as a disciple. Lu Yun pondered for a moment. It's a pity that this lad isn't from the sword world. If he could join the sword world, Su Zhu, Lin Xuanzhen, Bai Ming Shui and Yun Ting would be among the legacy disciples of this generation. Their futures would be limitless. When Lu Yun finished speaking, he noticed that the other 7 didn't react and remained silent. However, the eyes of the 7 peak masters flickered, as though they were planning something. Lu Yun instantly understood and scolded, "Hey! Don't think I can't tell what you guys are up to. Su Zhu first arrived in my Carnage Sword Peak. Furthermore, he's Bai Ming Shui's master. Even if he joins the sword world, he should join my Carnage Sword Peak." The peak master of Sever Sword Peak shrugged gently. That's hard to say. You even tried everything to stop him from remaining as Bai Ming Shui's master just now. The fact that he arrived in Carnage Sword Peak first doesn't mean that he will join your Carnage Sword Peak. The peak master of Extreme Sword Peak said, "I've always admired Su Zhu. Furthermore, he's Yun Ting's brother-in-law. It's the most suitable for both of them to be in Extreme Sword Peak. He's most suited to cultivate the Tyrant Sword Dao. This lad has great wisdom. He'll definitely shine if he joins my Zen Sword Peak. Why make him cultivate the Zen Sword out of nowhere? Lin Xuanzhen of my Sever Sword Peak doesn't have a Dao companion yet. I think the two of them are quite compatible. Your 3 sword peaks already have Lin Xuanzhen, Bai Ming Shui and Yun Ting. Stop fighting with the rest of our sword peaks for him." The harmonious atmosphere of the 8 peak masters earlier on was changed suddenly. They argued with flushed faces on the mountain peak, unwilling to give in to each other. Right then, the blood-colored Immortal vanquishing sword swayed slightly. At the foot of the mountain, Su Zimo grunted, as though he was enduring immense pain. His body trembled slightly and his skin cracked, oozing blood that dyed his green robes red. The 8 peak masters were not surprised by this. The reason why peerless divine powers were powerful was not only in terms of power. The first time a peerless divine power was comprehended, the power of the peerless divine power would descend and cleanse one's body and bloodline, tempering their essence, spirit and Tao fruit. With that, the overall strength of the cultivator would undergo a transformation. At that moment, Su Zhu was enduring the baptism of the Immortal vanquishing sword. Chapter 2764, Chapter 2764, Revival of the Green Lotuses. Chapter 2764, Revival of the Green Lotuses. Each time a peerless divine power was comprehended, they would experience the same process. However, peerless divine powers were different and the way they baptized cultivators was different as well. If one comprehended a peerless divine power like astral imprisonment, the damage to cultivators would be less and the process of baptizing the body, bloodline, essence spirit and Tao fruit would be relatively gentle. As for the immortal vanquishing sword, it condensed a peerless carnage sword intent and had the heaviest killing power. Therefore, the impact damage to cultivators was extremely terrifying as well. If he wanted to release the peerless divine power, he had to withstand it himself and obtain the recognition of the peerless divine power first. The more Lu Yun looked at Su Zhu who was below, the more he found the latter pleasing to the eye. Right now, there was already a hint of worry in his eyes as he murmured, he comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword at the celestial being realm. The baptism of the peerless divine power is extremely damaging for him. I wonder if he can withstand it. There were 4 minor realms in the perfected one realm. Naturally, the later one comprehended the peerless divine power, the lower the risk. For Paradise Void perfected immortals, their physiques, bloodlines, essence spirits and Tao fruits would already be cultivated to the perfected realm and maintained at the peak. Therefore, there would not be much danger if they comprehended peerless divine powers at that time. However, the 8 peak masters stared at it for a while and revealed shocked expressions. The peak master of Tyrant Sword Peak was shocked. This lad's physique is so strong. He was not severely injured even after enduring the sword chi of the immortal vanquishing sword. He only bled a little. That's right. This superficial wound is nothing for a perfected immortal. The peak master of 5 elements Sword Peak nodded as well. At that moment, the 8 peak masters had already begun to plan how to invite Su Zimo to join their Sword Peak after he received the baptism of the immortal vanquishing sword. Brother Lu. Right then, the peak master of Extreme Sword Peak suddenly shouted. For some unknown reason, his voice even trembled. What's wrong? Lu Yun asked casually without looking up. Look. The peak master of Extreme Sword Peak exclaimed. The peak masters could tell that there was something wrong with his tone and looked over instinctively. When the 8 of them saw everything before them, their eyes widened and their hearts skipped a beat, as though they had seen a ghost. How is that possible? The 8 peak masters lost their composure and were dumbfounded with shock. Behind them, the withered lotus flowers were gradually reviving and growing tender green spots to recover their vitality. The lotus flowers revived extremely quickly. Right in front of the 8 peak masters, their withered yellow color faded and they turned emerald green and filled with vitality. Like a spring breeze, all the lotus flowers came to life. Green lotuses swayed gently on the mountain peak and plump buds grew one after another, blooming slowly in front of the 8 peak masters. Not only did the green lotuses on the peak of Carnage Sword Peak recover their vitality, they even bloomed after a few breaths. When the 8 peak masters saw that, it was as though they were witnessing a miracle. Back then, Emperor Immortal vanquishing scattered the lotus seeds of the creation green lotus here and planted this patch of lotus flowers. Ever since Emperor Immortal vanquishing died and the creation green lotus shattered and disappeared, the lotus flowers on the mountain peak had never bloomed again. But now, all the green lotuses on the mountain peak had revived and bloomed. What did that mean? Am I seeing things? Even now, the peak master of Extreme Sword Peak murmured in disbelief. How could this be? The peak master of Sever Sword Peak frowned. Could it be related to Su Zhu? The peak master of Fiend Sword Peak said, Su Zhu only comprehended the divine power of the immortal vanquishing sword. Why would it cause the green lotuses on the mountain peak to bloom? Before this, there were also seniors of the sword world who comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword behind Carnage Sword Peak. There was no reaction from these green lotuses at that time. Lu Yun frowned and fell into deep thought. It was as though he had neglected something extremely important. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lu Yun's mind. Prior to this, a few green lotuses on the mountain peak had undergone an abnormality and suddenly revived. That was when Baiming Shui broke through. Instinctively, Lu Yun thought that it was because of Baiming Shui's breakthrough that there was a reaction from the green lotuses. However, later on, when he called Baiming Shui to the peak of the mountain, the surrounding green lotuses did not react. As such, he disregarded that guess. Thereafter, he did not pursue the matter either. Now that Lu Yun thought about it again, he realized that he had overlooked someone. Su Zhu. When Baiming Shui broke through, Su Zhu seemed to have just entered the celestial being realm as well. If the revival of the green lotuses on the mountain peak was not caused by Baiming Shui, it might have been caused by Su Zhu. Now, Su Zhu was below and the green lotuses on the mountain peak had all recovered their vitality. Su Zhu was involved both times. This could not be a coincidence. If there was anything in this world that could revive the green lotuses on the mountain peak and restore their life forces in a few dozen breaths, it would probably be the legendary creation green lotus. What's the name of the cultivator who possessed the body of the creation green lotus in the heavenly world previously? Lu Yun looked down at the figure below and suddenly made the connection as he asked. The peak master of Illusory Sword Peak said in a deep voice, his surname seems to be Su. However, that person has already died in the Emperor's tomb. Don't tell me that you think someone from the heavenly world with the surname Su as well. Lu Yun looked at Su Zimo's blood-stained green robes below and nodded slightly. There's no mistake. He should be that cultivator with the body of the creation green lotus. Because the baptism of his body by the immortal vanquishing sword earlier on released the bloodline aura of the creation green lotus, the green lotus seeds on the mountain peak woke up one after another when they sensed that aura. The other peak masters nodded as well. The peak master of Sever Sword Peak said, I'm afraid only the creation green lotus can make the withered lotus flowers on the mountain peak bloom in such a short period of time. The peak master of Zen Sword Peak said, in that case, there's an explanation for another matter. Previously, when Baiming Shui transcended the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation and her life was on the line, even we were helpless. However, she was saved by this lad. I'm afraid it's also because he made use of the bloodline of the creation green lotus. Creation green lotus. A bright glint flashed through the eyes of the peak master of Fiend Sword Peak. To think that the creation green lotus would come to our sword world once more in this generation. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. Everyone. Suddenly, the peak master of Fiend Sword Peak said, back then, even Emperor Immortal Vanquishing could not nurture the creation green lotus to grade 12. But now, Su Zhu has the body of a grade 12 creation green lotus. If it can be used well, the 8 of us have a chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm. When they heard that, the other 7 peak masters had different expressions. Some frowned, some glared angrily, some were shocked and some were expressionless. Lu Yun glared at the peak master of Fiend Sword Peak with a cold gaze and said slowly, Brother Shui, what are you talking about? Let me remind you. Although you cultivate the Fiend Tao, don't lose your humanity. Su Zhu is a living person. What are you thinking of doing to him? The peak master of Sever Sword Peak frowned as well. Brother Shui, your words earlier on were indeed a little irrational. When the peak master of Fiend Sword Peak, Shui Mo, saw that the 7 other peak masters were looking at him strangely, he hurriedly explained, one was just saying it casually. It was just a fleeting thought. I won't really do anything to him. Lu Yun said in a deep voice, we've cultivated the sword Tao for many years and uphold righteousness in our hearts. We only do things with a clear conscience. We shouldn't even have such thoughts. Exactly. The other peak masters nodded in agreement. Chapter 2765, Chapter 2765, Super Large World. Chapter 2765, Super Large World. Lu Yun glanced around and frowned when he saw countless figures speeding over in the night. The commotion here is too great and all the sword cultivators of Carnage Sword Peak are alarmed. Let's go down and guard his surroundings. Don't let anything happen. Protecting Su Zimo was only one of the reasons. Lu Yun was also worried that something would happen to Su Zimo during the process of receiving the power of the peerless divine power, exposing the bloodline of the Green Lotus true body. This matter was of great importance and even had to be reported to the Emperor experts of Myriad Swords Palace. The 8 Peak Masters leaped down from the peak of Carnage Sword Peak at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they arrived around Su Zimo and channeled continuously, forming an impenetrable sword chi barrier around him. Not only could no living being barge in, even the gazes and spirit consciousnesses of others could not enter. Su Zimo was receiving the baptism of the immortal vanquishing sword. However, he maintained his consciousness and could still sense the commotion around him. Su Zimo frowned slightly when he saw the 8 Peak Masters appear at the same time. He merely comprehended a peerless divine power, but the 8 Peak Masters were alarmed? This did not make sense. Thankfully, because his spirit perception did not warn him and the 8 Peak Masters did not seem to be hostile towards him. Su Zimo did not act rashly either. Young friend Su Zhu, if I'm not wrong, your bloodline should be the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. Right then, Lu Yun's voice sounded in Su Zimo's ears. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Earlier on, he did bleed a little. However, it was difficult for others to determine his Green Lotus true body just by noticing the blood on his body. After all, the Green Lotus bloodline did not have any special aura and did not look any different. Su Zimo did not know what went wrong. Furthermore, he could not predict what changes would happen in the sword world if the grade 12 creation Green Lotus was exposed. In reality, Su Zimo had an extremely good impression of the sword world after interacting with it for more than 3 years. The sword cultivators of the sword world were open and aboveboard. Even towards an outsider like him, they would always treat him with respect. Even when people challenged him in the beginning, they had always upheld the principle of a fair spar. However, there was only one single creation Green Lotus in the entire world. Furthermore, it had already grown to its peak state. How many people could remain unmoved by such a treasure? Just as Su Zimo was deep in thought, Lu Yun's voice sounded once more. Young friend Su Zhu, don't worry. The 8 of us definitely have no ill intentions towards you. You can cultivate without worry. Exactly. The Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak added, the creation Green Lotus is extremely fated with our sword world. Even on account of the past Emperor Immortal vanquishing, we won't hurt you. The tone of the 2 Peak Masters was sincere, and coupled with the fact that his spirit perception did not warn him, Su Zimo gradually relaxed. In the current situation, if the 8 Peak Masters really wanted to harm him, he would not have a chance to escape. He might as well cultivate in peace and control the immortal vanquishing sword first to complete his transformation. When Wang Dong and the other sword cultivators arrived at the back mountain of Carnage Sword Peak, they saw the 8 Peak Masters shielding a sword chi barrier. No one could see what was going on inside. What happened? Wang Dong asked in a low voice. Which sword cultivator comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword? They arrived late, and the sword cultivators who were at the foot of Carnage Sword Peak should know what had happened. A sword cultivator said, "It's junior sister Baiming's master, fellow Daoist Su Zhu." Su Zhu. Wang Dong and the other sword cultivators who came later were stunned when they heard that name. On the way over, they guessed a few names. However, no one expected that it would be Su Zhu who comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword. Is it really Su Zhu? A sword cultivator was still in disbelief. It's true. Another person replied, previously, Peak Master brought Su Zhu over. Su Zhu sensed Carnage Sword Peak for 10 hours before comprehending the peerless divine power directly. 10 hours. Wang Dong and the others were secretly speechless. The group of them could not even last 2 hours under Carnage Sword Peak. What's going on? Wang Dong looked at the 8 peak masters not far away and asked in a low voice. Fellow Daoist Su Zhu comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword. Why are the 8 peak masters alarmed and personally came to protect him? Half a year ago, when Baiming Shui attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, only peak master Lu Yun appeared. It was indeed shocking that Su Zhu could comprehend the immortal vanquishing sword. However, he was only an outsider after all. There was no need for the 8 peak masters to personally appear and protect him, right? I'm not sure either. A sword cultivator said. Su Zhu underwent the baptism of the peerless divine power and was slightly injured. Before long, the 8 peak masters appeared. Many sword cultivators were puzzled but did not think too much about it. They only thought that Su Zhu's sudden comprehension of the immortal vanquishing sword was the reason why the 8 peak masters valued him so much. From the looks of it, fellow Daoist Su Zhu is going to become our fellow disciple from today onwards as well. Wang Dong seemed to have seen through the intentions of the 8 peak masters and said with a smile. Dawn broke. Su Zimo had just completed the baptism of the peerless divine power and his essence, qi and spirit had clearly increased by a level. He had just broken through to the celestial being realm. Due to the baptism of the peerless divine power, his cultivation realm had increased significantly as well and was comparable to 1,000 years of cultivation. Seniors, thank you for your protection. Su Zimo cupped his fists and thanked the 8 peak masters. Lu Yun smiled. Since you have the bloodline of the creation Green Lotus and have come to the Sword World, don't worry. We'll do our best to protect you. Our Sword World is a super large world within the Trichiliacosm. Although our territory is inferior to the heavenly world, our strength is not inferior. Even if that sect master of the academy can divine that you're here, we won't allow him to come to our Sword World audaciously. Lu Yun's words made Su Zimo feel a sense of warmth that he had not felt for a long time. After his ascension, he was tense at all times and was hunted everywhere. Even after he entered Heaven and Earth Academy, he could not escape danger. It was only then that Su Zimo felt slightly relieved. Senior, what was this super large world that you were referring to? Su Zimo asked. Lu Yun explained, in the medium Kiliacosm, the strength of the world has little to do with the territory size. As long as there are more than 10 emperor experts, it will be considered a super large world. For example, the heavenly world, our sword world, dragon world, light world, great wilderness and some other ancient worlds are all included. If a world has more than 1 but less than 10 emperor experts, it will be considered a greater world. If they only have 1 emperor, it will be a middle world. Of course, there are also some worlds that don't even have emperor experts presiding over them. Their overall strength is low and they are considered as lesser worlds. Pausing for a moment, Lu Yun continued, young friend Su Zhu, follow us to Myriad Sword Palace. Myriad Sword Palace? Su Zimo hesitated for a moment. That's the core of the sword world. Only legacy disciples of the sword world can head there. I'm only an outsider after all. The peak master of Sever Sword Peak smiled. You have the creation Green Lotus bloodline and comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword. No matter how we look at it, you're not an outsider. What are we going to Myriad Sword Palace for? Su Zimo asked again. Lu Yun said, the fact that you comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword is enough to prove your talent in the sword Dao. Baiming Shui is comprehending in front of the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel of Myriad Sword Palace. You should go over and take a look too. Chapter 2766, Chapter 2766, Zenith Heaven Sword Classic. Chapter 2766, Zenith Heaven Sword Classic. The Zenith Heaven Sword Steel. Su Zimo was surprised. He learned from Baiming Shui that the taboo mystic classic of the sword world was engraved on the Zenith Heaven sword steel. Even with Baiming Shui's talent back then, she was not qualified to head to Myriad Sword Palace to comprehend the Zenith Heaven sword classic before becoming a legacy disciple. As for him, he was just an outsider to the sword world. Up till now, he had yet to reveal any intention of joining the sword world. Su Zimo shifted his gaze to the other peak masters. The other peak masters were not surprised either, as though they had long known of this decision. In reality, the 8 peak masters were not at the level where they could make the decision for him to comprehend the Zenith Heaven sword steel. The moment Lu Yun found out that Su Zimo possessed the creation Green Lotus, he sent a message to Myriad Sword Palace to report the matter to the emperors of the sword world. Before long, Myriad Sword Palace replied that Lu Yun and the others were to bring Su Zimo to Myriad Sword Palace to comprehend the Zenith Heaven sword steel. The emperors of the sword world had a simplistic view of the whole matter. Naturally, it would be best if Su Zimo could join the sword world. However, even if he refused, the sword world would do its best to protect him. The fact that they allowed Su Zimo to comprehend the Zenith Heaven sword steel could be considered a grand gesture of goodwill with him. How sharp were the emperors of the sword world? They were certain that Su Zimo would definitely be one of the top experts of the upper world in the future. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and agreed before long. Nobody could remain unmoved by a taboo mystic classic on the Zenith Heaven sword steel. Furthermore, when the creation Green Lotus advanced to grade 12, it gave birth to an extremely sharp duckweed sword. If he could comprehend something in front of the Zenith Heaven sword steel, his combat strength would increase by another level with the duckweed sword in hand. Also, he was Baiming Shui's master. Merely imparting the martial Dao would not be enough. If he could guide Baiming Shui in the sword Dao as well, it would be extremely beneficial for the latter's future. The 8 peak masters brought Su Zimo to the teleportation formation of Carnage Sword Peak and teleported to Myriad Sword Palace. The moment he arrived, Su Zimo could sense that this place was different from the 8 sword peaks. The sword chi here was even richer and more violent. If one was not at the perfected immortal realm, it would be difficult for them to reside within Myriad Sword Palace. The territory of Myriad Sword Palace was much smaller than the continents of the 8 sword peaks. This place was built with tens of thousands of gigantic palaces joined together. There were multiple floors and pavilions that spanned thousands of kilometers, and it was an extremely spectacular sight looking down from above. There were old and new palaces in the group. The oldest palace was already dilapidated and was filled with traces of the flames of war and time. It was unknown what it had experienced back then. The reason why the sword chi in Myriad Sword Palace was so dense and complicated was because every single palace emitted its unique sword chi. If one were to sense it carefully, the sword intent contained in every palace would be completely different. Noticing the surprise in Su Zimo's eyes, Lu Yun explained, "The palaces preserved here are the cultivation cave abodes of every immortal king and even emperors in the history of the sword world. Some palaces have existed for a few eras and can be traced further than even great Emperor Zenith Heaven. As for the owners of these palaces, if they died of old age in the sword world in the end, they would leave their Dermic Dao sword intent in their cave abodes as a form of inheritance." Su Zimo nodded. There was a similar situation in the Buddhist monasteries. Some eminent monks of the Buddhist monasteries would pass down their Dermic Daos as relics after they passed away. The peak master of Sever Sword Peak looked at the gigantic palaces below with a rueful expression. After great Emperor Zenith Heaven died, the sword world suffered a calamity and was almost destroyed. Fortunately, these palaces were spared in the end and gradually developed to their current size. Su Zimo frowned slightly when he heard that, and a puzzled look flashed through his mind. Logically speaking, in great Emperor Zenith Heaven's era, the sword world was definitely the strongest world of the Trichiliocosm. Even if great Emperor Zenith Heaven exhausted his lifespan and died, which faction could threaten the foundation of the sword world to the point where it was almost destroyed? Furthermore, ever since he ascended to the upper world, Su Zimo had always been puzzled. Human monarch Lin Zhan had once mentioned that the trichiliocosm was divided into minor, medium and major chiliocosms. To be precise, the so-called upper world referred to the medium chiliocosm. Up till this point of his ascension, he had never heard of anyone ascending to the major chiliocosm. Where was the major chiliocosm and how should one ascend? In fact, Su Zimo had once suspected if there was a major chiliocosm. That was because he had encountered the tombs of 3 great emperors in the upper world. Could it be that one could not ascend to the major chiliocosm even at the great emperor realm? If even great emperors could not do it, who could? The words of the peak master of Sever Sword Peak indirectly confirmed something. Back then, great emperor Zenith Heaven did not manage to ascend to the major chiliocosm either. Of course, there were traces and clues of the major chiliocosm in the upper world. According to Immortal Queen Ling Long's speculation, there was a high chance that the creation green lotus came from the major chiliocosm. There was a high chance that the words on the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra came from a civilization of the major chiliocosm. Seniors. Su Zimo was silent for a long time before suddenly asking, Great Emperor Zenith Heaven was already at the peak of the upper world with his cultivation. Even so, he couldn't head to the major chiliocosm? When they heard that question, the 8 peak masters revealed a hint of confusion and fell silent. After a while, Lu Yun shook his head gently. We don't know much about the major chiliocosm either. We've only heard rumors that a specific opportunity is required before one can head there. A specific opportunity? Su Zimo was even more puzzled. The peak master of Sever Sword Peak said, without the specific opportunity, it's probably impossible to head to the major chiliocosm even if you become a great emperor. Su Zimo did not ask further. From the looks of it, even experts at the Immortal King realm could not come into contact with the major chiliocosm. We're here. Right then, the 8 peak masters brought Su Zimo to a tall sword steel. The shape of the sword steel was completely like an immortal sword stabbed into the ground. There were small vertical words engraved on the broad blade of the sword. There were 4 words written on the hilt, Zenith Heaven Sword Classic. In front of the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel, there was another woman who was comprehending the Dermic Tao with her eyes closed. It was Baiming Shui. Baiming Shui was in a meditative state and was so focused that she did not even notice the arrival of Su Zimo and the others. Su Zimo's gaze swept across the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel and his heart skipped a beat. The words on the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel looked familiar. In the secret pavilion of Heaven and Earth Academy, he had once unintentionally seen an ancient and tattered piece of white paper with the words, Sword Classic, at the top. The words on the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel were almost identical to the words on the Sword Classic. Could it be that what's recorded on that incomplete page is a part of the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic? Su Zimo stood on the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel and looked over attentively. Indeed, he found a few lines of words on the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel that were identical to the words on the incomplete page. Chapter 2767, Chapter 2767, The Sword Steel Hums Again. Chapter 2767, The Sword Steel Hums Again. Back when Su Zimo obtained the Sword Classic, he could sense that the sutra on the incomplete page was profound and complicated. It was probably from an extremely high-grade cultivation technique. At that time, he had once used the spirit consonance art and the 2 true bodies read the incomplete page of the Sword Classic at the same time. Although he had some comprehension, it was impossible for him to comprehend any Dermic Tao with just an incomplete sutra. If the 2 true bodies could not comprehend it, it was even more impossible for others. Otherwise, the incomplete page would not have been casually placed in the secret pavilion of the Academy. Now that Su Zimo had the chance to comprehend the complete Zenith Heaven Sword Classic, the feeling was completely different. Back then, he had many questions after reading the incomplete sword classic. At that moment, he had a hint of comprehension. Su Zimo looked at the Zenith Heaven sword steel with a deep gaze. Holding the Bodhi seed in his hand, he gradually immersed himself. There was naturally no need to talk about the words Sword Classic 1 at the back of the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic. Zenith Heaven referred to the vast envelopment of everything. This Sword Classic was an all-encompassing greater mastery of the Sword Tao. Therefore, every sword cultivator who came to the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel to comprehend the Sword Classic could comprehend different Sword Taos according to their different Dharmic Taos. Although Baiming Shui cultivated under Carnage Sword Peak, her Sword Tao was independent and was clearly different from the 8 Sword Taos of the Sword World. Back when Baiming Shui transcended the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation, her Sword Tao had already taken form. To her, comprehending the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic this time round was an opportunity to establish her personal Sword Tao. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had not spent too much time and energy on the Sword Tao. His cultivation was complex and involved the Immortal, Buddhist, Fiend and Demon Taos. The Sword Tao was merely one of the branches within. The thing he had come into contact the most with was the 3 great sword arts. When the 3 sword arts were comprehended to their limits, the Carnage Sword Tao would be born. For him, he had the greatest chance and easiest comprehension of the Carnage Sword Tao. Similarly, there were thousands of profundities in the Sword Tao. However, Carnage was undoubtedly the profundity that could represent the Sword Tao the most. Su Zimo and Baiming Shui stood and sat in front of the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel. Sword Qi circled their bodies as they looked at the same sword classic of the Sword Tao and comprehended different Sword Tao profundities. Baiming Shui's aura became deeper and more mysterious. She was like a black hole in the cosmos, absorbing and devouring continuously. As for Su Zimo's aura, it became stronger, sharper and filled with killing intent. Lu Yun nodded to himself when he saw that. The killing sword intent revealed by Su Zimo was extremely pure. Furthermore, he had already comprehended the Immortal vanquishing sword first. There was a high chance that he would advance further in the Carnage Sword Tao after comprehending the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic. As for Baiming Shui, her Sword Tao was a little strange, something that even the 8 peak masters had never seen before. Right now, Su Zimo could be compared to an unsheathed sword with an oppressive sharpness such that no one could ignore his existence. However, Baiming Shui was surrounded by nothingness. It was as though all matter had been devoured by her Sword Tao and vanished. From the looks of it, Baiming Shui might be creating a new Sword Tao. The Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. Lu Yun nodded slightly. Baiming Shui specializes in the Sword Tao and should be even more talented than her master. Pausing for a moment, Lu Yun continued, however, comprehending a new Sword Tao is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Baiming Shui's cultivation realm, vision and knowledge are far from enough. I wonder if she'll succeed this time round. None of the 8 peak masters left. Instead, they guarded this place to prevent outsiders from disturbing them. The 8 of them used their spirit consciousnesses to communicate as well. In reality, Lu Yun was right. Baiming Shui's foundation was the martial Tao and her martial spirit was the sword. In terms of talent in the Sword Tao, she was indeed superior to Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body. However, Su Zimo's foundation was way too strong. The creation Green Lotus was inclusive to begin with. Even if it cultivated the Immortal, Buddhist, Fiend and Demon Taos at the same time, it would not be affected. More importantly, when the martial Tao prime body underwent the 10th tribulation, a humanoid heavenly tribulation in the form of a sword cultivator descended with a terrifying Sword Tao. If he was not wrong, the human figure conjured by the heavenly tribulation was Great Emperor Zenith Heaven of the past. In other words, Su Zimo had personally witnessed Great Emperor Zenith Heaven use his Sword Tao. Not only that, he had even fought Great Emperor Zenith Heaven before and experienced his sword Dao personally. As Su Zimo compared the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic before him to that situation back then, it was equivalent to Great Emperor Zenith Heaven personally imparting the sword Dao to him. The Zenith Heaven Sword Classic was a taboo mystic classic after all and was the most mysterious and complicated. Even if Baiming Shui came here for seclusion first, given her talent, it was impossible for her to comprehend anything in a short period of time. Baiming Shui closed her eyes and frowned slightly, as though she was deeply confused. Although Su Zimo had an image of Great Emperor Zenith Heaven executing the sword Dao back then, there were still some questions when he compared it to the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic. Right then, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. In his consciousness, the green lotus essence spirit extended his palm. Sensing it, a green glow appeared and floated before him. It was the fourth treasure derived from the creation green lotus, the duckweed sword. The green lotus essence spirit held the duckweed sword in his hands. The green lotus essence spirit shuddered. Instantly, his spirit perception, understanding and comprehension of the sword Dao seemed to have increased by several times. The profundity of the duckweed sword began to take effect. Su Zimo held the Bodhi seed in his hand. In his consciousness, the green lotus essence spirit held the duckweed sword and recalled the scene of Great Emperor Zenith Heaven executing the Zenith Heaven sword Dao. When he compared it to the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic before him, he felt enlightened. The confusion from earlier on was resolved. Buzz! The Zenith Heaven Sword steel shuddered and the sword hum sounded once more, reverberating through the world, causing the 8 sword peaks and myriad sword palace to tremble. What happened? I'm not sure, it seems to be from the direction of myriad sword palace. Could junior sister Baiming have comprehended something again? Countless sword cultivators broke out of seclusion and looked in the direction of the hum. In the direction of myriad sword palace, incomparably powerful spirit consciousnesses enveloped down instantly. The few old fellows of the sword world were alarmed. How long had it only been? The Zenith Heaven sword steel hummed once more. In Su Zimo's eyes, the words on the Zenith Heaven sword steel seemed to have separated from the sword steel. Every single stroke of the words were sword marks that represented a sword intent. It was as though a figure executed a peerless sword Dao on the Zenith Heaven sword steel and moved gracefully like an amazing dragon, leaving behind those marks. Su Zimo was immersed in his comprehension and his mind was wandering. However, he did not know that the 8 peak masters around him were staring at him in disbelief with widened eyes. Even Baiming Shui, who was at the side, had already awakened from her comprehension. Her comprehension had already reached a bottleneck and could not continue. Right then, she heard a clear sword hum in her ears. Instinctively, she opened her eyes and saw a shocking scene. Su Zimo's eyes were closed and he wielded the duckweed sword. It was as though he had fallen into a strange state as he danced in front of the Zenith Heaven sword steel with a graceful posture and profound sword technique. Every single strike left a sword mark in midair that gradually entered the Zenith Heaven sword steel and fused perfectly with the words on it. Baiming Shui was shocked when she saw Su Zimo's sword Dao. As though she had comprehended something, the bottleneck she had just encountered loosened as well. Chapter 2768, Chapter 2768, Sword Burial. Chapter 2768, Sword Burial. The sword Dao that Su Zimo released was perfectly compatible with the Dermic Dao of the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic, as though Great Emperor Zenith Heaven had been reborn. Baiming Shui was not the only one. Even the 8 peak masters were enlightened and moved when they witnessed that scene personally. In reality, the cultivation and sword Dao realms of the 8 peak masters far surpassed Su Zimo. However, at that moment, Su Zimo was clearly in a strange state, as though Great Emperor Zenith Heaven had possessed him and perfectly reproduced the Dermic Dao of the Zenith Heaven sword Dao. The scene before them was as though Great Emperor Zenith Heaven was imparting the Dao personally. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a figure appeared in midair. He had a pale face and wore an iron crown on his head. His eyes were turbid and he looked gloomy. He seemed to be extremely old, as though he would die at any moment. However, the old man's body was straight and he stood in midair like a sharp sword that stood between the world with an oppressive sharpness. Greetings. When the 8 peak masters saw the iron crown old man appear, they shuddered and hunched down hurriedly, prepared to bow. The iron crown old man waved his hand gently, indicating that they did not have to say anything. His gaze was fixed on Su Zimo, who was dancing with his sword the entire time, and a sword glint flashed through his turbid eyes from time to time. The 8 peak masters exchanged glances and were secretly speechless. To think that such a huge commotion would happen today, that even this emperor of the sword world was alarmed and appeared here. Although the Iron Crown old man was extremely old, his cultivation had long reached the peak of the emperor realm. He was also one of the most senior and highest-ranking decision-makers in the sword world. There were clearly auras of emperor experts in the other directions as well. Although the emperors of the sword world did not appear, they were paying attention to everything that happened from afar. With the duckweed sword in hand, every time Su Zimo executed a sword Dao, a sword beam would enter the zenith heaven sword steel and overlap with the strokes of the words on it. Because of that, the zenith heaven sword steel would also emit a buzzing sword hum that lingered incessantly. The 8 peak masters, including the Iron Crown old man and the other emperor experts who did not appear in Myriad Sword Palace, had different insights when they saw that. The zenith heaven sword steel hummed continuously for 2 hours. Half a year ago, when Baiming Shui's tribulation transcendence caused the sword steel to hum, it only lasted for less than an hour. Su Zimo's sword dance became slower and slower. The sword Dao of the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic became more and more profound towards the end. Even though he had personally witnessed Great Emperor Zenith Heaven Sword Dao, it was difficult for him to execute it with his current cultivation realm. Finally, Su Zimo stopped and sat cross-D. He placed the duckweed sword horizontally across his knees and did not wake up from his epiphany. On the other side, through her earlier comprehension, Baiming Shui's sword Dao had already taken form. Although she was only at the convergence realm, her sword Dao cultivation had improved and her combat strength had increased. Baiming Shui retreated slowly from the Zenith Heaven sword steel without alarming Su Zimo. Lu Yun frowned slightly. Su Zimo was not in a good state. The Zenith Heaven Sword Classic contained thousands of sword Daos and no one could control all of them. Even Great Emperor Zenith Heaven back then only achieved this after cultivating to the Great Emperor realm. However, Su Zimo was only a celestial being perfected immortal. Initially, the sword chi on Su Zimo's body was extremely pure. The sword chi that was derived from the 3 great sword arts could only comprehend the Carnage Sword Dao. Now, because he had just used the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic, the sword chi on Su Zimo's body had become extremely mixed. There was the Carnage Sword Dao, the Zen Sword Dao and the 5 Elements Sword Dao. Hundreds of thousands of sword Dao auras burst forth from Su Zimo's body and clashed continuously, not giving in to each other. His aura became extremely unstable as well, rising and falling. His body trembled slightly, as though he was in immense pain. Lu Yun and the others looked at the old man instinctively. The situation Su Zimo was facing now was extremely dangerous. If he did not handle it well, hundreds and thousands of sword Daos would burst forth from his body. The terrifying power was enough to tear Su Zimo into pieces. The Iron Crown old man had a grim expression and pondered for a moment. He merely shook his head gently, indicating for the 8 peak masters to not act rashly and continue watching. In reality, if it was anyone else, the Iron Crown old man would have stepped in long ago and interrupted the person. However, Su Zimo had the body of a grade 12 creation green lotus after all and might produce other creations. It was not easy for him to judge and he could only wait and see. Right then, Su Zimo's aura changed. Gradually, his body emitted a dark and cold power. He exuded a declining aura that reeked of death. The Fiend Tao? The 8 Peak Masters' hearts skipped a beat. The aura that Su Zimo was emitting now was clearly not of the immortal and Buddhist Dharmic formulations. The eyes of the Peak Master of Fiend Sword Peak lit up and he was secretly delighted. If Su Zimo chose the Fiend Sword Tao, there was a chance that he would join Fiend Sword Peak. However, before long, the 8 Peak Masters realized that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, the Fiend Sword Tao was comparable to other Sword Taos. At that moment, the other Sword Taos in Su Zimo's body seemed to be devoured or even buried by the pitch-black Fiend Qi. The 8 Peak Masters seemed to have an illusion. Su Zimo, who was sitting cross-D before them, seemed to have transformed into a tomb with thousands of Sword Taos buried within. A shuddering burial intent exuded from Su Zimo's body and expanded continuously, enveloping the entire myriad Sword Palace. Not only did he want to bury the thousands of Sword Taos, he wanted to bury the entire myriad Sword Palace. The expression of the Iron Crown old man changed. He merely dazed off for a moment and myriad Sword Palace seemed to have turned into a gigantic tomb. The myriad Sword Taos transformed into many swords that stabbed into the tomb, turning it into a gigantic sword tomb that was lifeless. The sword tomb could not only bury everything, it could also tear everything apart. Pust! The Iron Crown old man shuddered and snapped out of his stupor instantly, shocked. What a terrifying sword intent! Even the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel began to sink into the darkness under the sword intent. This lad wants to bury all the Sword Taos. The Iron Crown old man was secretly speechless. Such boldness! In reality, Su Zimo had no choice. He had just released the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic and thousands of Sword Taos were derived within his body. They were in conflict and it was difficult to resolve the situation. However, it would be a pity if he cultivated only one Sword Tao and abandoned everything else. Right then, he thought of a taboo mystic classic, Heaven Burial Sutra. The Heaven Burial Sutra was known as the Tomb of the Heavens and all types of living beings were buried. He tried to use the profundity of the Heaven Burial Sutra to bury the thousands of Sword Taos, gradually forming the current situation where a brand new Sword Tao was derived, the Sword Burial Tao. In a sense, the Sword Burial Tao was equivalent to the synthesis of the two taboo mystic classics, the Heaven Burial Sutra and Zenith Heaven Sword Classic. That was why such a terrifying scene was formed at the birth of the Sword Burial Tao. It even caused the 8 Peak Masters and the Iron Crown old man to hallucinate for a moment. Chapter 2769, Chapter 2769, Ninth Sword Peak. Chapter 2769, Ninth Sword Peak. This sword intent spread continuously. Not only did it envelop the countless ancient and gigantic palaces in the surroundings, it continued to spread. The aura of death was like a smear of ink that enveloped the 8 sword peaks. Before long, even the 8 sword peaks disappeared into the lifeless darkness. The entire sword world seemed to be buried in a gigantic tomb. Instantly, all the sword cultivators of the 8 sword peaks stopped what they were doing and froze on the spot. At the same time, they felt their hearts palpitate, as though they were buried alive under a tomb by an invisible force and could not breathe. There was an extremely terrifying power hidden in the tomb. An extreme sharpness that seemed to be able to tear through everything and destroy everything. That sharpness was right beside everyone and could tear them into pieces at any moment. What a powerful sword intent! The 8 Peak Masters were shocked. The scene before them was far more shocking than Su Zimo's sword dance earlier on. However, before long, Su Zimo seemed to be unable to withstand such a powerful sword intent. His body swayed slightly and his face turned incomparably pale. He woke up from his epiphany and opened his eyes, panting heavily. Not far away, the Iron Crown Old Man looked at Su Zimo deeply. To be able to withstand such a terrifying sword intent and envelop the entire sword world, there was no way this lad's essence spirit cultivation was at the celestial being realm. Furthermore, this could only be done by a sufficiently condensed and powerful essence spirit. This lad is hiding his strength. Seems like he's much stronger than he appears. The Iron Crown Old Man thought to himself. When Su Zimo opened his eyes, he saw the 8 peak masters who were dumbfounded and had completely lost their composure not far away. There was also an old man with an iron crown who stood in midair with a pale face. So strong. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Although the Iron Crown Old Man did not release any sword intent, he felt an indescribable pressure in front of the old man. This feeling was something that he had only experienced before from an expert like Bo Sun. An Emperor Realm expert. Su Zimo had not expected that his enlightenment in front of the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel would alarm an Emperor expert. Thank you for granting me this opportunity, seniors. Su Zimo thanked the 8 peak masters and cupped his fists towards the Iron Crown Old Man not far away. The Iron Crown Old Man descended slowly and stood on the ground like Su Zimo. The condescending pressure from earlier on had faded significantly as well. He waved his hand gently and formed a sword chi barrier around him, enveloping Su Zimo, the 8 peak masters and Baiming Shui. Not only could the sword chi barrier isolate sound, even the spirit consciousnesses of the other emperors of the sword world could not permeate it. Su Zhu isn't your real name, right? The Iron Crown Old Man asked. Su Zimo looked at Lu Yun and the others before nodding slightly. Su Zimo immediately understood that the Iron Crown Old Man must already know his identity as the Creation Green Lotus. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hide it. Su Zimo nodded and said, I'm Su Zimo. I was chased by my enemies because of my Green Lotus bloodline and had no choice but to hide my real name. Seniors, please forgive me. It's only right. The Iron Crown Old Man said, it's better for you to be careful before you can protect yourself. Pausing for a moment, the Iron Crown Old Man suddenly said, young friend, since you fled here, you can be considered fated with our sword world. Furthermore, your disciple and old friend is also here. I wonder if you'd be willing to join the sword world? The 8 peak masters exchanged glances and were secretly speechless. Given the Iron Crown Old Man's status, he actually invited Su Zimo to join the sword world personally and addressed a perfected immortal as his young friend so politely. Su Zimo was stunned as well. Naturally, he had thought of this before. However, he did not expect that an Emperor expert would appear to invite him. Baiming Shui's initially calm eyes fluctuated slightly with a hint of anticipation. Su Zimo remained silent. After the incident at Heaven and Earth Academy, he subconsciously felt wary and resistant towards joining any sect or faction. Although the sect master of the academy looked studious and spoke of benevolence, he was extremely scheming and ruthless. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. When his scheme was exposed, the sect master of the academy still carried a smile and recounted his kindness towards Su Zimo, explaining that it was for the latter's own good. However, in reality, there was only one goal behind every single sentence of the sect master of the academy, to take advantage of him. Not only did the sect master of the academy want to take advantage of Su Zimo, he wanted the latter to be grateful for it. Do you have any concerns? As though he had seen through something, the Iron Crown Old Man said, don't worry, no one is to tell anyone about your true identity as well as the matter of the Creation Green Lotus. The Iron Crown Old Man looked at the 8 peak masters. The 8 of you are not allowed to tell anyone else about this, including the other emperors of the sword world. The 8 peak masters' hearts skipped a beat as they nodded one after another. The fact that the Iron Crown Old Man wanted it hidden even from the other emperors of the sword world showed his sincerity. Su Zimo was silent for a moment. Even if I join the sword world now, I might leave one day. I wonder. It's fine. The Iron Crown old man smiled. Joining the sword world will not restrict your freedom. No matter where you go in the future or what faction you create, it's up to you. All right. Su Zimo no longer hesitated and agreed. For the past few years, the environment of the sword world, the atmosphere of cultivation and the many sword cultivators he came into contact with made him have a good impression of them. The feeling that the Iron Crown old man in front of him gave him was completely different from the sect master of the academy. The sect master of the academy was like an unfathomable dark abyss that no one could see through. As for the Iron Crown old man in front of him, his figure was like a sword and his clothes were open. His gaze was frank, making Su Zimo feel even more at ease. When she heard Su Zimo agree, Bai Mingxue smiled as well. The two of them were only master and disciple. However, Bai Mingxue had a different feeling toward Su Zimo, as though she was relying on him like a father. She had never had any other thoughts. She merely wanted to stay by Su Zimo's side and cultivate. She would be satisfied with that. The 8 peak masters were energized as well, becoming excited. Su Zimo had already decided to join the sword world. Whoever could invite Su Zimo to join their sword peak would definitely be much stronger. The 8 peak masters looked at Su Zimo expectantly and tried their best to signal with their eyes. If not for the fact that the Iron Crown old man was present, they would probably have reached out to grab him directly. The Iron Crown old man hollered angrily, "Why are the few of you winking? Do you want Su Zhu to become your disciple? What else?" The 8 peak masters were stunned. Lu Yun coughed gently. Young friend Su Zhu is not an immortal king after all. He can't join Myriad Sword Palace directly or that'll be breaking the rules. Of course. The Iron Crown old man nodded slightly. Lu Yun continued, "If he won't be joining our 8 sword peaks nor Myriad Sword Palace, where else could he go? Unless..." He seemed to have thought of something and stopped abruptly. The expressions of the other 7 peak masters changed as well. The Iron Crown old man said slowly, "The sword world will establish a 9th sword peak for Su Zhu that's comparable to the 8 sword peaks. Su Zhu will be the peak master of the 9th sword peak." Chapter 2770, Chapter 2770, Good Karma. Chapter 2770, Good Karma. Although the 8 peak masters had already guessed that, the 8 of them were still shocked when they heard it from the Iron Crown old man. A 9th sword peak. The 8 peak masters exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Earlier on, they were still thinking about how to get Su Zimo to be their disciple. Now, there was no need for them to fight anymore. Su Zimo was the peak master of the 9th sword peak. This could also show how highly the Iron Crown old man regarded Su Zimo. Not only did he personally invite him, he even wanted to establish a single sword peak for him. With a smile on his face, Lu Yun couldn't help but tease, "Good Lord, what a meteoric rise. He's now on par with the few of us." That's right. The peak master of Sever Sword Peak smiled as well. "We have to be careful in the future and not address him as young friend anymore." The 2 peak masters spoke in a relaxed tone and joked, clearly harboring no ill intentions towards Su Zimo. Even though Su Zimo was about to become the peak master of the 9th sword peak with his perfected immortal cultivation realm and was comparable to them, there was no displeasure or resistance on the faces of the 8 peak masters. Instead, they were happy for Su Zimo. Bai Mingxue, who had a calm expression the entire time, opened her mouth instinctively in disbelief when she heard the Iron Crown old man's decision. In the blink of an eye, her master had become the peak master of a sword peak? Among the legacy disciples of this generation, the 3 successors that the sword world valued the most were her, Yun Ting and Lin Xuanzhen. However, no matter how much the 3 of them were valued, it was not to this extent. Such treatment for Su Zimo was probably unprecedented in the history of the sword world. Su Zimo was surprised as well. Initially, he thought that he would be a normal legacy disciple after joining the sword world. To think that the Iron Crown old man would make such a heavy promise. Su Zimo cupped his fists. Senior, I'm extremely grateful for your good intentions. However, my cultivation is insufficient and I'm still inexperienced. To make me a peak master directly, wouldn't that be? He was not pretending to be polite, but that was the truth. It had only been slightly more than 3 years since he arrived at the sword world. The moment he agreed to join the sword world, he became the peak master of a sword peak. There was no way he could convince the masses. The peak masters of the 8 sword peaks were all peak immortal kings. Even as a perfected immortal, he was only at the celestial being realm. Among the perfected immortals of the sword world, many sword cultivators were above him. For example, Lin Xuanzhen, who was known as the number 1 legacy disciple, was more qualified than him no matter how he looked at it. Unexpectedly, before Su Zimo could finish, the Iron Crown old man waved his hand. In our sword world, background and qualifications don't matter. Your cultivation realm is a little low, but just that sword intent earlier on is enough for you to become the peak master of the 9th sword peak. The 8 peak masters nodded as well. They had just experienced that terrifying sword intent personally and still felt a lingering fear when they recalled it. Su Zimo was still hesitant. Apart from the sword burial Tao that he had just comprehended, there was probably another reason why he could become the peak master of the 9th sword peak, his green lotus true body. However, no one else knew about this and the Iron Crown old man would not permit them to spread it either. When the other sword cultivators heard that he had become the peak master of the 9th sword peak, they would definitely be indignant. At that time, there would definitely be some trouble. The Iron Crown old man continued, "Don't worry, this matter is settled. No one can challenge your status. Furthermore, we can't keep a low profile about this matter. We have to hold a grand event and let the name of the 9th sword peak spread so that the surrounding worlds will know who the peak master of the 9th sword peak is." Su Zimo was dumbfounded. Lu Yun explained with a smile, "This is the good intentions of my master. Our sword world is a super large world. Your status as a peak master shall be your protection talisman. If anyone dares to lay a hand on you using their statuses or powers unfairly, the factions and worlds backing them would have to think carefully about the consequences." Lu Yun's last sentence was filled with killing intent. In reality, that was also the case. Peak masters were not ordinary legacy disciples. If an immortal king expert crossed a major cultivation realm to attack Su Zimo, it would be equivalent to breaking a hidden rule. The sword world would have every reason to retaliate and take revenge. Even immortal king experts of other super large worlds would have to think twice before attacking Su Zimo, let alone lesser worlds and middle worlds. Of course, fights between those of the same cultivation realm were other matters. In the opinion of the Iron Crown old man, although Su Zimo's cultivation realm was only at the celestial being realm, he should be able to protect himself against Paradise Void perfected immortals with his green lotus true body. Now that he was given the status of the peak master of the 9th sword peak, Su Zimo could do whatever he wanted in many worlds. Anyone who dared to touch him had to think about the sword world behind him. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Su. The other peak masters went forward to congratulate him. At this point, Su Zimo could not decline any longer and could only agree shamelessly. He smiled bitterly. "I'm new here and don't know anything about being a peak master. Please guide me in the future, seniors." "Man." The peak master of Tyrant Sword Peak said, "Brother Su, since you're a peak master, you can just address us as fellow brothers. As for the matter of the peak master, there's no rush. Once the 9th sword peak is established, everything will naturally fall into place." Lu Yun nodded as well. It's not so easy to open up a new sword peak, and there are many implications. It will probably take hundreds or even thousands of years. Brother Su, don't worry, you can slowly familiarize yourself with it. That long? Su Zimo was shocked. In a flash, the Iron Crown old man returned to his cultivation ground in the blink of an eye. Compared to the other palaces, the cultivation place of the Iron Crown old man was extremely simple and crude. There was only a simple straw hut. The Iron Crown old man pushed the door open and entered. Mist rose in the straw hut and the fragrance of tea wafted into one's nose. The vague figures of two other old men with white hair, one fat and one thin, could be seen drinking tea leisurely. When they saw the Iron Crown old man return, the fat and thin old man gave him a thumbs up at the same time and praised him. "Iron Head, you're really something. In order to retain that kid's sword burial inheritance, you're actually willing to open up a 9th sword peak for him. Amateurs." The Iron Crown old man pursed his lips in disdain at the two old men's praise. "Why? Did you have any other considerations?" the fat old man asked. The Iron Crown old man did not answer. He came to the middle of the two old men and sat down. He received a cup of fragrant tea that had just been brewed and drank it in one gulp. He closed his eyes and savored it carefully before heaving a long sigh. The Iron Crown old man opened his eyes and said slowly, "The most important thing for me to let him stay in the sword world is to establish good karma with him. Even if he leaves in the future, he won't become enemies with the sword world. If the sword world is in trouble in the future, perhaps this good karma will be a chance of survival for the sword world." When they heard the last sentence, the two old men seemed to have thought of something and sighed deeply with rueful expressions. Chapter 2771, Chapter 2771, Change. Chapter 2771, Change. The news that the sword world was about to establish the 9th sword peak spread rapidly among the 8 sword peaks, causing a huge commotion, and the cultivators were in an uproar. Even the Immortal King experts cultivating in Myriad Sword Palace were shocked. What shocked many sword cultivators even more was that the peak master of the 9th sword peak had already been decided. It was not the many Immortal Kings of Myriad Sword Palace, but Su Zhu, a celestial being perfected immortal who had only been in the sword world for slightly more than 3 years. This outcome exceeded the expectations of all the sword cultivators. Be it in terms of cultivation realm, seniority, connections or foundation, there were too many cultivators in the sword world who were above Su Zimo. Not to mention, the status of a peak master was extremely important. Even many Immortal King experts cultivating in Myriad Sword Palace did not receive such treatment. For the past few days, Immortal Kings of Myriad Sword Palace would visit the cave abodes of the 8 peak masters every day and ask about this matter. The 8 of them could not say it explicitly and could only say that this was the Iron Crown old man's decision. Hearing that, the Immortal Kings no longer questioned. There were 3 decision-makers in the sword world and the Iron Crown old man was one of them. Although the 3 of them were old, they were once the strongest emperors of the sword world and made supreme reputations in the Trichiliacosm back then. The 3 of them were the key reason why the sword world was a super large world in this generation. The experts cultivating in Myriad Sword Palace now, be it Immortal Kings or Emperors, had more or less been guided by the 3 of them. The Immortal King experts respected the Iron Crown old man and the other 2 from the bottom of their hearts. On the side of the 8 peak masters, apart from dealing with the Immortal Kings of Myriad Sword Palace, they had to deal with the tens of millions of sword cultivators who were in an uproar. There were more than 1,000 legacy disciples under each sword peak. Among the 8 sword peaks, there were at least 2,000 legacy disciples whose cultivation realms were above Su Zimo's. What's up with this Su Zhu? Wasn't he just junior sister Baiming's master previously? How did he suddenly become the 9th peak master in the blink of an eye? I heard that this person has already comprehended the peerless divine power, the Immortal Vanquishing Sword. Even if he comprehended the Immortal Vanquishing Sword, there's no need to make such a huge deal, right? Why open a 9th sword peak for him and even make him the peak master? Indeed, no matter you look at it, Su Zhu doesn't seem to be that capable. Wang Dong, Gong Sunyu, Sword Immortal Tai Lai, Yi Wuchen and the other top perfected immortals of the 8 sword peaks gathered together and discussed this matter. Li Shui of Fiend Sword Peak frowned and asked, "Brother Wang, do you know what happened? Why did they suddenly want to establish the 9th sword peak and let an outsider become the peak master?" Wang Dong said, "I only know that fellow Taoist Su Zhu has indeed comprehended the peerless divine power, the Immortal Vanquishing Sword. Later on, he was brought away by the peak masters to Myriad Sword Palace. Thereafter, news of the 9th sword peak spread." Pausing for a moment, Wang Dong smiled bitterly. "Brother Li, fellow Taoist Su Zhu can't be considered an outsider now. Instead, he's the peak master of the 9th sword peak. If we see him again in the future, we'll have to treat him with respect." "Humph." Li Shui did not reply and merely harumphed softly. Gong Sunyu said in a deep voice, "Not long after Su Zhu arrived at Myriad Sword Palace, the sword steel resonated. Thereafter, a terrifying sword intent descended. Perhaps that's related to the 9th sword peak?" Qin Zhong of Tyrant Sword Peak was a little displeased and shouted, "So what if the sword steel resonated? When Sister Baiming underwent tribulation transcendence, the sword steel resonated as well. However, nobody mentioned anything about opening a 9th sword peak for her." Sword Immortal Tai Lai shook his head as well. "Most importantly, it's indeed difficult to convince the masses to let a celestial being perfected immortal become a peak master. Isn't that a little ridiculous?" Shen Yu nodded and said as well, "Let's not talk about others. Just any one of us is above Su Zhu in terms of cultivation, qualifications, connections and combat strength. Although he comprehended the peerless divine power, the Immortal Vanquishing Sword, he's only at the celestial being realm after all. His essence spirit is limited and he can't unleash the full power of the Immortal Vanquishing Sword." Amitba. Monk Zhu Jian of Zen Sword Peak nodded slightly as well. "Even if we had to choose someone from the perfected immortals, Lin Xuanzhen is probably the most qualified one." Yi Wuchen, who was also from Extreme Sword Peak, was expressionless and merely said indifferently, "It's a pity that this person's cultivation realm is not high enough and he's not qualified to fight me fairly. Otherwise, I'd like to spar with him." With the past 3 years, the few of them were relatively familiar with Su Zimo. However, prior to this, they only treated him as a guest from afar and treated him with respect as peers of the same generation. However, now that Su Zimo had become the peak master of the 9th sword peak in a single leap and his status was above the few of them, they could not help but feel upset. Of course, Wang Dong and the others were only complaining. They would not really cause trouble. After all, this was a decision made by an emperor expert of the sword world. Even if they were dissatisfied, they could not change it. Even the 8 peak masters did not say anything, so they could only accept it. Li Shui flicked his nails which clanked. Although he's the peak master of the 9th sword peak, he needs capabilities to be able to establish himself in the sword world. There's still a long way to go. I want to see how famous the 9th sword peak that was established for him will be in the future. There were often spars and fights between the 8 sword peaks. Now, there was another 9th sword peak. Although it was comparable to the 8 sword peaks in name, if it were to consistently rank last in the spars between the sword peaks, it would definitely attract even greater criticism. After this matter spread in the sword world, Su Zimo could clearly sense a subtle change in the attitudes of the sword cultivators towards him. When Wang Dong and the others saw him, they would still pay respects as juniors according to the rules. However, the way they looked at him seemed much more distant and colder. Su Zimo was not surprised by this change. On the one hand, due to the sudden change in his identity, making him comparable to the 8 peak masters. He was suddenly above Wang Dong and the others in terms of status and seniority. It was difficult for Wang Dong and the others to accept that right away. There would definitely be some estrangement between them. On the other hand, it was also because Wang Dong and the others were definitely dissatisfied with him being the peak master of the 9th sword peak. Wang Dong and the others could not be blamed for that indeed. He had just arrived in the sword world for more than 3 years and was only a celestial being perfected immortal. He had not done anything for the sword world or made any contributions before ascending to the position of the peak master of the 9th sword peak. Anyone would feel conflicted. This was human nature. Su Zimo could completely understand the attitudes of Wang Dong and the others. Not only that, as time passed, Su Zimo had an even better impression of Wang Dong's group and the other sword cultivators. Although these people were indignant and conflicted, they did not plot against him or cause trouble for him, let alone mock him. Although they were displeased, they respected the decision of the sword world and treated Su Zimo as someone from the sword world and one of their own. However, if Su Zimo wanted to truly obtain the recognition of the sword cultivators, his status as the peak master of the 9th sword peak was far from enough. Su Zimo did not care about that and had no intention of changing things. To him, the most important thing was to make use of the time he spent cultivating in the sword world to increase his cultivation as much as possible. One day, he would kill his way back to the divine firmament immortal domain and the academy. Chapter 2772, Chapter 2772 Congratulations. Chapter 2772 Congratulations. Creating the 9th sword peak was far more troublesome than Su Zimo had imagined. It was an extremely vast and complicated project. The structure of the 8 sword peaks had been passed down for many years. If one looked down from above, they could vaguely see that the continent where the 8 sword peaks were located was a sword-shaped land. Between the sword-shaped land, the 8 sword peaks and myriad sword palace, there were countless formation patterns that were difficult to see with the naked eye. They interweaved in the starry skies and formed a powerful sword formation. Once it was fully activated, the entire sword world would release an extremely terrifying killing power to defend against external enemies. But now, there was a 9th sword peak to be established outside the 8 sword peaks. This meant that if they wanted to integrate the 9th sword peak into the sword formation, they would have to undo the original formation. Many formation patterns had to be erased and rearranged. The cultivators who set up this sword formation were at least Immortal King experts. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to open up a large piece of land out of thin air in the starry skies. The Emperor experts of the sword world had to take action and transport back dead stars and lifeless lands from other regions of the upper world. Every single star brought back was not inferior to the Dragon Abyss star. However, the scale of the 9th continent of the sword world had to be much bigger than the Dragon Abyss star. At the very least, it had to be comparable to the divine firmament immortal domain. Millions of stars were probably required to condense a land the size of the divine firmament immortal domain. Gathering such a large number of stars together, the Emperor experts joined forces and shattered them, condensing and hammering them continuously. In reality, the entire process involved the combined efforts of the Emperor experts to forge the 9th sword-shaped continent into a peerless immortal sword. Gathering 1,000,000 stars and condensing the essence of heaven and earth required more than 10 emperors to join forces. One could imagine how difficult it was. The formation of the 9th sword-shaped continent alone took more than 400 years. Thereafter, a mountain peak soared into the sky in the center of the continent. Su Zimo imprinted the inheritance and sword intent of the sword burial Tao on the sword peak and fused it with the entire continent. Only then would the 9th sword peak truly take shape. If any sword cultivator wanted to comprehend the sword burial Tao, they could come to this sword peak to do it themselves. During this period of time, Su Zimo cultivated while watching the evolution of the 9th sword peak. For him, it was a rare opportunity to be able to watch the emperors join forces to forge it. Of course, the formation of the ninth sword peak was not over yet. They had to set up sword formation patterns on the ninth sword peak before fusing it with the sword formation of the other 8 sword peaks and myriad sword palace before it was truly over. Su Zimo had dabbled in array formations before as well. However, he could not interfere in a sword formation of this level. He knew that it would definitely take an extremely long time to set up formation patterns of this scale and level. It would take at least a few hundred years. For the rest of the time, Su Zimo established his own cave abode on the ninth sword peak and officially entered it. The ninth sword peak was officially named Sword Burial Peak as well. Baiming Shui was the first to move her cave abode to Sword Burial Peak. She was Su Zimo's eldest disciple to begin with, and it was understandable for her to become a disciple of Sword Burial Peak. However, the peak master of Carnage Sword Peak, Lu Yun, could not accept it right away. He complained to Su Zimo many times, but Baiming Shui was unmoved. In the end, he could only let it go. Apart from Baiming Shui, the peak masters of the 8 sword peaks sent over some ordinary disciples of the Black, Earth and Heaven Essence realms as well to prevent the ninth sword peak from appearing too deserted since it had just been established. However, no legacy disciple was willing to come to Sword Burial Peak. On the one hand, Su Zimo was only a celestial being perfected immortal. More than half of the legacy disciples of the 8 sword peaks were either of the same cultivation realm as him or of a higher cultivation realm. It was impossible for those legacy disciples to become Su Zimo's disciples. The remaining convergence perfected immortals had immortal king experts as their masters. There was no reason for them to head over to Sword Burial Peak and become the disciple of a celestial being perfected immortal. On the other hand, sword cultivators who could cultivate to the perfected one realm had cultivated in the sword world for many years and had deep feelings for their respective sword peaks and fellow disciples. Naturally, they would not change factions easily. That way, although the ninth sword peak was successfully established and some ordinary disciples were forcefully stuffed over by the 8 peak masters to show their support, it still looked cold and desolate. There were only 2 perfected immortals in Sword Burial Peak, Su Zimo and Baiming Shui. One was a convergence perfected immortal and the other was a celestial being perfected immortal. In the eyes of the other sword cultivators, it was way too shabby and even a little sad. The 2 from Sword Burial Peak did not think much of it. Instead, they enjoyed it. Both master and disciple cultivated wholeheartedly and felt that it was better if there were fewer people. After all, it was more peaceful. The news of the opening of the ninth sword peak had spread long ago. During this period of time, there would occasionally be cultivators from other worlds who came to offer their congratulations and even send some gifts. Most of these people were from the lesser and middle worlds in the surroundings. Lesser worlds such as Blue Cloud World, Immortal Medicine World, Treasure World and 7 Stars Sword World had no Emperor Realm experts presiding over them. The strongest people in those worlds were immortal kings. Even so, one could tell the strength and influence of the Sword World. If these lesser worlds wanted to survive in the upper world, they would either have to rely on super-large worlds or be on good terms with the surrounding super-large worlds or greater worlds. Otherwise, if there was any conflict or unforeseen event, these lesser worlds might be destroyed. After all, a top immortal king expert alone might be able to destroy a lesser world. In order to express their sincerity, most of these lesser worlds had immortal kings visiting with the congratulatory gifts personally. When they saw that the peak master of the ninth sword peak was only a young celestial being perfected immortal, they were dumbfounded and shocked. If not for the introduction of Lu Yun and the other peak masters and the fact that Su Zimo was sitting side by side with the other peak masters, these immortal king experts would not have believed it. After confirming Su Zimo's identity, even though they were all immortal king experts, these people were still polite to him. Although they were surprised, the immortal kings did not dare to show any contempt. Su Zimo was only a perfected immortal, but he was backed by the entire sword world. This was the deterrence the status of the peak master of the ninth sword peak had against others. It was a strange feeling. Although Su Zimo was only a celestial being perfected immortal, the visiting immortal kings had to be polite to him. It was no wonder why Lu Yun said that the status as a peak master was a protection talisman for him. At the very least, no one from the lesser and middle worlds would dare to attack him. From a certain perspective, Su Zimo's current status was even higher than the sect master of the Academy of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Chapter 2773, Chapter 2773, Venus Black Gold Stone. Chapter 2773, Venus Black Gold Stone. Time flew, and before he knew it, Su Zimo had been in the sword world for 1,000 years. The ninth sword peak had already fused perfectly into the sword world, a part of the 9 sword peaks that surrounded Myriad Sword Palace. Of course, the overall strength of the 9th sword peak was far inferior to the 8 sword peaks, and its reputation seemed undeserved. For the past 1,000 years, although there were some ordinary disciples of the Black, Earth and Heaven Essence realms who came to the 9th sword peak to cultivate, no one had stepped into the Perfected One realm. Therefore, there were still only 2 perfected immortals on the 9th sword peak. After entering the Perfected One realm, the speed of cultivation would decrease significantly, and it would become extremely difficult just to break through a minor realm. Baiming Xue had been in the Perfected One realm for 1,000 years, and her cultivation realm was still in its previous state without much improvement. It was the same for Yunting of Extreme Sword Peak. When cultivating in the Perfected One realm, time would be extended and magnified infinitely. Sometimes, even paragons and monster incarnates would be stuck at a single cultivation realm and could not advance for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. However, Su Zimo's situation was a little special. Under normal circumstances, his cultivation speed should slow down as well after he used up the energy he absorbed in the Emperor's tomb. However, 1,000 years ago, he synthesized 2 taboo mystic classics and created the Sword Burial Tao. All these years, as long as he buried the myriad sword Taos of the sword world into his sword Tao, he would continue to strengthen and increase his cultivation. His sword Tao was like a sword tomb that buried all swords. The body of the creation Green Lotus was also the reason why there were no conflicts within him despite having so many sword Taos buried. More importantly, when Su Zimo wielded the duckweed sword and had the enhancement of the Bodhi seed, he could achieve twice the results with half the effort in cultivating the sword Tao. The duckweed sword could help Su Zimo comprehend the sword Tao to the greatest extent. Because Baiming Xue cultivated the martial Tao and condensed a sword-type martial spirit, Su Zimo could not compare to her in terms of talent in the sword Tao. However, in a sense, the existence of the duckweed sword replaced the role of a sword-type martial spirit. For the past 1,000 years, there were many cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds and landed in the sword world. However, almost all the cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds were scattered on the 8 sword peaks, and there were extremely few cultivators who descended on the 9th sword peak. The main reason was that the 9th sword peak lacked a peerless treasure that could gather heaven and earth essence chi and transform it into a powerful sword chi. For example, in the center of the heavenly world, there was the builder tree. In the 9 firmament immortal domain, there were also rare flora items such as the immortal peach tree and the ginseng fruit tree. Such peerless treasures were rare in the world, and most of them had long been occupied by some powerful worlds. It was even harder to find peerless treasures that were suitable for the sword world. For example, if the immortal peach tree and ginseng fruit tree were to be moved to the sword world, they would not be of much use, and they would not be able to transform the heaven and earth essence chi into sword chi. For the past 1,000 years, Su Zimo would attempt to communicate with the martial Tao prime body every once in a while. However, there was no reaction. It was unknown if the martial Tao prime body and the void yakshas escape into the ghost Tao was smooth or if they encountered any danger. The ghost world was completely different from the hell world. Because the hell world was damaged and the laws were incomplete, there could be no emperor experts. Therefore, there were no living beings there that could threaten the martial Tao prime body. However, it was different for the ghost world. Not only were there many emperor experts in the ghost world, there was even a great emperor, Brahma Ghost Mother. The Void Yiksha had once committed a heinous crime in the ghost world and was exiled by Brahma Ghost Mother to the Nether River, leaving him to fend for himself. The martial Tao prime body and the Void Yiksha escaped into the ghost world together. It was truly unknown if it was a good idea for them to use that passageway to return to the medium Kiliakosm. Of course, even if the martial Tao prime body and the Void Yiksha were safe in the ghost world, the Green Lotus true body could not establish a connection with them. The medium Kiliakosm and the ghost world were two parallel and independent worlds. Unless the martial Tao prime body returned to the medium Kiliakosm or they were in a same world, the two true bodies would be blocked by the world barrier and it would be difficult for them to establish a connection across two independent worlds. On this day, Peak Master Lu Yun of Carnage Sword Peak, Peak Master Yulan of Sever Sword Peak and Peak Master Feng Su of Illusory Sword Peak came to visit. Lu Yun shook his head gently and said helplessly, "Brother Su, you're sure taking it easy. With the way things are developing, when will your sword burial peak ever rise?" "Exactly." Feng Su added, "Let me tell you, many legacy disciples of the various sword peaks are dissatisfied with you." Su Zimo did not care about that. "There's no hurry. The inheritance of the sword burial Tao is there. I'll just wait for those who are fated." Indeed, he could not be blamed for such a thing. None of the perfected immortals of the various sword peaks were willing to come to Sword Burial Peak. Without a stabilizing treasure that gathered essence chi, it was difficult for cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds to land on Sword Burial Peak as well. It was difficult for Sword Burial Peak to rise and grow to the level of the 8 sword peaks without hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of accumulation. "Brother Su, I have good news." The few of them chatted casually for a while before Lu Yun revealed a mysterious smile. "We might be able to get our hands on a stabilizing treasure for the 9th sword peak. I just received news that there's a Venus black gold stone in the blessed heaven world." "Oh?" Su Zimo was slightly surprised. He had heard of the Venus black gold stone before. That peerless treasure was a supreme grade item among metal ores and contained black gold chi. It specialized in killing and was innately compatible with the sword Tao. If a trace of the Venus black gold stone could be infused into the forging of an immortal sword, its killing power would increase exponentially. Such a treasure was indeed rare. Yulan nodded slightly as well. This Venus black gold stone is the most suitable stabilizing treasure for Sword Burial Peak. In reality, all these years, the experts of the sword world had never given up on searching for a stabilizing treasure suitable for the 9th sword peak. Now that they heard the news of the Venus black gold stone, the 3 peak masters looked even more excited than Su Zimo. "Where is the blessed heaven world?" Su Zimo asked. "I'm a little unfamiliar with that world." "Is it a lesser world?" When they heard that, a strange expression flashed across the faces of the 3 peak masters. Lu Yun shook his head gently. "To be precise, the blessed heaven world is not ranked among the normal worlds. However, if it has to be classified, it'll definitely be a super large world." Feng Su explained, "The origin of the blessed heaven world is extremely mysterious. Even we don't know about it. Those old fellows of our sword world should know something. However, they're all very secretive about it." Yulan said, "All we know is that the status of the blessed heaven world in the Trichiliacosm is the most special and extremely ancient. It might have been born the moment the upper world existed. Furthermore, although the upper world has experienced many eras and major calamities, the blessed heaven world has always stood strong and passed down its legacy till this day. Is it that incredible?" Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Chapter 2774, Chapter 2774, Heading to the Blessed Heaven World. Chapter 2774, Heading to the Blessed Heaven World. Lu Yun and the other two peak masters were peak Immortal King experts. Even so, they could not help but reveal reverence at the mention of the Blessed Heaven World. Lu Yun said in a deep voice, "If there's any world in the Trichiliocosm one should avoid being on bad terms with, it will definitely be the Blessed Heaven World. Even if many super-large worlds join forces, we might not be able to shake it." Yulan nodded and said as well, "The strength of the Blessed Heaven World is indeed unfathomable. Even Emperor experts have to be obedient when they enter the Blessed Heaven World and not violate the rules of the Blessed Heaven World. Otherwise, they will definitely die." Su Zimo's expression changed. He could tell that there was an underlying meaning and could not help but ask, were there Emperor experts who died in the Blessed Heaven World? Yes. Lu Yun said, "As far as I know, none of the Emperor experts who tried to enter the Blessed Heaven World to investigate its secret or create ruckuses were spared." Su Zimo was silent in deep thought. In that case, the Blessed Heaven World was indeed mysterious. Not only did it stand tall after so many eras, it could even make the Sword World so wary. A moment later, Su Zimo asked, "Since the Blessed Heaven World is so powerful, how could they give up the Venus Black Gold Stone so easily?" Feng Su said, "Brother Su, you might not know this, but the Blessed Heaven World is considered the largest chamber of commerce in the upper world. Apart from the free trading market that has living beings of the 10,000 races from all over the upper world, there's also a Blessed Pavilion. In the Blessed Pavilion, there are countless unique treasures of the upper world. It's no exaggeration to say that if a treasure can't be found in the Blessed Pavilion, it'll be difficult to find it elsewhere. In that case, what sort of a treasure do I need to prepare to exchange for this Venus Black Gold Stone?" Su Zimo asked again. At a certain level of rarity, it was difficult to estimate the number of essence spirit stones a unique treasure could be worth. Most of the time, they were bartered. The Venus Black Gold Stone was such a treasure. There's no need for any treasures. Just head straight to the Blessed Heaven World. Pausing for a moment, Lu Yun smiled mysteriously. "If you want to buy things in the Blessed Pavilion, you don't need essence spirit stones or treasures. You'll know when you arrive in the Blessed Heaven World." Su Zimo asked, "When do we leave?" The Venus Black Gold Stone was meant to be a stabilizing treasure for Sword Burial Peak. As Peak Master, he had to follow them to the Blessed Heaven World no matter what. "Let's do it tomorrow morning." Lu Yun said, "We're just informing you first. We'll have to ask Lin Xuanzhen and the others later." "Lin Xuanzhen?" Su Zimo was surprised and asked, "She's going too?" In the past 1,000 years, there were very few legacy disciples who came to Sword Burial Peak. However, Lin Xuanzhen came 3 times and stopped in front of Sword Burial Peak for a long time before leaving. Lu Yun smiled and nodded. "Whether or not we can get to purchase this Venus Black Gold Stone will largely depend on Lin Xuanzhen." Yulan shook her head gently. "Xuanzhen has yet to comprehend the immortal vanquishing sword after all. Although she's unrivaled in the perfected one realm of our sword world, in the Trichiliocosm, she's still a little inferior against the top-notch perfected spirits. Any peak perfected spirit who comprehended a peerless divine power is enough to defeat her." Perfected spirit was the general term for all perfected one-realm experts from the 10,000 races, including perfected immortals and perfected fiends. Feng Su said, "This trip to the Blessed Heaven World might also be an opportunity for Lin Xuanzhen. She has long comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword to the quasi-peerless level. She just lacks an opportunity. The true immortal vanquishing sword can only be condensed through the baptism of slaughter and blood." Yulan said, "No matter what, it won't be enough to just depend on Xuanzhen alone if we want to get our hands on the Venus Black Gold Stone. We'll have to rely on the combined forces of a few peak legacy disciples from the 8 sword peaks." Lu Yun said, "Don't worry, junior sister Yu. Wang Dong of my Carnage Sword Peak's cultivation has deepened over the years and his combat strength has increased. This time round, he'll do his best to assist Lin Xuanzhen. Feng Su added, Shen Yu of Illusory Sword Peak will follow as well. Su Zimo could roughly tell that there might be some battles between peak-perfected immortals during this trip to the Blessed Heaven World. The reason why Lu Yun and the others did not include Su Zimo and his sword burial peak into the conversation was not because they were looking down on him. It was because Su Zimo was only a celestial being perfected immortal right now. There was a difference of 2 minor cultivation realms between celestial being and paradise void perfected immortals, and the difference was way too great. In the opinion of Lu Yun and the others, even if Su Zimo comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword, he would not be able to unleash the true power of the peerless divine power and was far from reaching the level of a peak-perfected immortal. The next morning, Su Zimo brought Baiming Shui to Myriad Sword Palace early on. Before long, Lu Yun arrived with Wang Dong and Feng Su with Shen Yu. From the looks of it, the Sword World attached great importance to this trip to the Blessed Heaven World. Apart from Lu Yun, Carnage Sword Peak also brought Wang Dong, a peak paradise void perfected immortal. It was the same for the other sword peaks. For example, Gong Sunyu of 5 Elements Sword Peak, Sword Immortal Tai Lai of Extreme Sword Peak, Li Shui of Fiend Sword Peak, Monk Zhu Jian of Zen Sword Peak and Qin Zhong of Tyrant Sword Peak arrived. Yun Ting was in seclusion and did not accompany them. Peak Master Yulan of Sever Sword Peak brought Lin Xuanzhen and was the last to arrive. Su Zimo had never interacted with Lin Xuanzhen before and had only taken a glance from afar. This was the first time he was observing her up close. Lin Xuanzhen was indeed extremely beautiful and was not inferior to the 4 great fairies. However, she was expressionless and had a cold aura. After arriving, she looked straight ahead and exuded an unapproachable aura without greeting anyone. Right then, Lin Xuanzhen seemed to have sensed Su Zimo's gaze and suddenly looked up. Thereafter, she nodded slightly in Su Zimo's direction. That surprised Su Zimo and he was caught off guard. He was stunned for a moment and did not return the greeting. By the time he reacted, Lin Xuanzhen had already retracted her gaze. Although Su Zimo was puzzled, he did not think too much about it. At that moment, everyone who were headed to the Blessed Heaven World were present. Apart from Lu Yun and the other peak masters, the disciples of the 8 sword peaks were all peak-perfected immortals. On Sword Burial Peak's side, Peak Master Su Zimo was only a celestial being perfected immortal. Standing side by side with Lu Yun and the others, he looked a little striking. Baiming Shui's cultivation realm was even lower and could not compare to Wang Dong and the others at all. Sword Burial Peak only had 2 perfected immortals in total. No matter what, Su Zimo had to bring Baiming Shui along so that she could broaden her horizons in the Blessed Heaven World. Ha! The Peak Master of Tyrant Sword Peak burst into laughter. It's quite a rare sight for 5 of our Sword World's 9 Peak Masters to appear at the same time. For this trip to the Blessed Heaven World, there was Carnage Sword Peak's Peak Master Lu Yun, Sever Sword Peak's Peak Master Yulan, Illusory Sword Peak's Peak Master Feng Su, Tyrant Sword Peak's Peak Master Bai Tianqing and finally, Sword Burial Peak's Peak Master Su Zimo. Lu Yun smiled as well. Once we reach the Blessed Heaven World, it'll be good to let Brother Su show his face and let the living beings of the 10,000 races of the upper world know who the 9th Peak Master of our Sword World is. Let's go. Lu Yun and the others arrived at the teleportation hall of the Myriad Swords Palace. With a holler, they activated the teleportation formation and disappeared with a flash of light. Chapter 2775, Chapter 2775, Blood River in the Starry Skies. Chapter 2775, Blood River in the Starry Skies. Most of the worlds were too far apart and required a long travel through the starry skies. Therefore, there were very few teleportation formations that could teleport into a place directly. Furthermore, it was also a potential risk of living beings of other races could teleport into a world at will. Long-distance teleportation in the endless starry skies was not easy. Even Immortal King experts who had the ability to tear through the void did not dare to travel through the spatial tunnels casually. That was because there were many unknown danger zones hidden in the endless starry skies, such as forbidden grounds or black holes. If one was careless and was swept into them, even Immortal King experts would die easily. Su Zimo and the others used the teleportation formation of the Sword World to leave. Lu Yun and the other 3 Immortal Kings controlled an immortal boat spirit treasure and shuttled through a spatial tunnel. They kept their eyes on the map to prevent them from deviating from their path. If they encountered danger, they could avoid it in time. Due to the distance, even with Immortal King experts leading everyone through a spatial tunnel, it would take them a few days to reach the blessed heaven world. The immortal boat sped forward rapidly. However, through the spatial tunnel, everyone could still appreciate the magnificence of the boundless starry skies of the upper world. They could only feel how insignificant they were when they were in the vast sea of stars. Apart from the 4 Immortal King experts, Wang Dong, Gong Sunyu, Sword Immortal Tai Lai and the others were a little excited and chatted happily. They had not left the Sword World for a long time. Furthermore, they were heading to the mysterious blessed heaven world this time round. Li Shui, who carried a pitch-black sword on his back, said, "I usually feel restrained when sparring with my fellow disciples. I hope I can fight to my heart's content in the blessed heaven world this time round." The requirements for sparring between disciples of the Sword World were extremely strict. Not only did they have to be of the same cultivation realm, they could not use Essence Spirit's secret skills or fight to the death. Even if one cultivated the Carnage Sword Dao, they had to hold back when attacking. Gong Suanyu smiled. "Brother Li, don't worry. Once we're on the Evil Fiend battlefield, we can attack as much as we want. There's no need to hold back and we can kill to our heart's content." Evil Fiend battlefield? Not far away, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Before he could ask, Lu Yun suddenly turned around and looked at Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others with a serious expression. "The few of you must not be careless. The Evil Fiend battlefield is extraordinary and there are many top experts among those sin spirits and evil fiends. Their combat strength is definitely not inferior to yours." Yulan nodded as well. "Even Lin Xuanzhen has to be careful inside, let alone the few of you. At that time, you can't split up. You have to ensure your safety first." Feng Su added, "Furthermore, almost all the perfected immortals who dare to head to the blessed heaven world are paragons and monster incarnates of the major worlds. None of them are to be trifled with. Fighting is prohibited in the blessed heaven world. However, it's hard to say in the Evil Fiend battlefield." "What's the Evil Fiend battlefield you guys were talking about?" Su Zimo was puzzled when he heard that. He did not know what sin spirits and the Evil Fiend battlefield that Lu Yun and the others were talking about had to do with the blessed heaven world, so he could not help but ask. "Actually, the Evil Fiend battlefield is..." Lu Yun smiled and was about to explain when his expression changed. He looked out of the spatial tunnel with a grim expression and gradually frowned. At that moment, the others in the Sword World also noticed the abnormality outside. Through the spatial tunnel, one could see that the starry skies outside was covered in a faint blood fog. It was unknown what had happened. The immortal boat gradually slowed down and everyone could see it even more clearly. In the starry skies outside, a scarlet and wide river of blood floated with countless corpses bobbing up and down. It was a shocking sight. The blood river flowed quietly in the starry skies with no end in sight. There were countless corpses inside like the sand of the Ganges River. It was way too tragic. Even though they were in the spatial tunnel, everyone from the Sword World seemed to be able to smell blood. They were shocked and could not bear to see it. There were probably hundreds of millions of dead beings at a single glance. What exactly happened here? Yulan frowned slightly and said sternly, judging from the location, this should be the Seven Stars Sword World. Yes. Lu Yun nodded. These corpses are all cultivators of the Seven Stars Sword World. Seven Stars Sword World? That world sounded familiar and Su Zimo fell into deep thought. Before long, he recalled that when the Ninth Sword Peak was established, some lesser worlds came to congratulate him. Among them were people from the Seven Stars Sword World. At that time, an immortal king expert of the Seven Stars Sword World even came to congratulate him with a gift. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Yun said in a low voice and steered the immortal boat through the barrier of the spatial tunnel, returning to the starry skies outside. Upon arriving in the starry skies, everyone could sense it even more clearly. The stench of blood assaulted their faces and was suffocating. Lu Yun steered the immortal boat slowly above the blood river. Everyone lowered their heads and could clearly see the tragic corpses floating in the blood river. Some of them had eyes widened in grievance. Some of their heads were shattered. Some of the corpses were sliced into pieces. Most of the corpses were cultivators of the black, earth and heaven essence realms who had not even condensed their Tao fruits. Although Su Zimo was used to seeing death, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat when he saw the corpses of more than 100 million cultivators so close. Dai Yu and the human monarch had once told him about the cruelty and bloodshed of the upper world. He had also personally experienced many hardships in the heavenly world. But now, when he saw the scene before him, he truly understood what cruelty and bloodshed were. Feng Su said in a deep voice, these cultivators should have died not long ago. Let's take a look at the front. Lu Yun said in a deep voice as he steered the immortal boat and carried everyone towards the source of the blood river. Before long, 7 dull gigantic stars filled with cracks appeared in the starry skies ahead and were filled with blood. Blood was still flowing slowly through the cracks of the 7 stars and gathered continuously in the starry skies, forming the blood river that stretched for thousands of kilometers earlier on. The location of the 7 stars was the former 7 Stars Sword World. However, the 7 Stars Sword World had already turned into ruins, leaving only endless corpses bobbing in the blood river. Before long, the 7 gigantic stars would collapse completely and dissipate in the boundless starry skies as well. There was silence on the immortal boat. Everyone looked at the scene before them in silence for a long time. A moment later, Yulan sighed. The 7 Stars Sword World was destroyed just like that. Fury surged in Lu Yun's heart as he clenched his fists. It's one thing to destroy the world's surface, but to slaughter hundreds of millions of living beings is way too cruel and heartless. Who could have done it? The Peak Master of Tyrant Sword Peak, Bai Tianxing, asked with a frown. Feng Su shook his head. There are too many experts who have the ability to destroy an entire world. However, it's probably not the work of a single person to slaughter so many living beings. They were probably surrounded and killed by the army of a certain world. Chapter 2776, Chapter 2776, Heavenly Eye World. Chapter 2776, Heavenly Eye World. In a lesser world like the 7 Stars Sword World, the strongest expert was only an immortal king. Destroying the 7 Stars Sword World was something that any heaven-grade faction in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain could do. If a lesser world like that wanted to survive in the upper world, they would have to be careful the entire time, as though they were treading on thin ice. They would either have to rely on some super-large worlds or think of ways to befriend the surrounding worlds. Even so, they did not manage to escape this calamity. Right then, Lu Yun's spirit consciousness shifted and his gaze landed on one of the stars. There's movement over there. Let's go take a look. Everyone from the Sword World stood on the immortal boat as it transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards the shattered star. Before long, everyone arrived at the periphery of the shattered star. On the star, two factions were fighting intensely. Corpses were everywhere and blood chi surged. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators on one side and most of them were heaven immortals. Among them, there were hundreds of perfected immortal experts who waved their flags and let out killing cries. On the other side, there were only around 10,000 people left. They were surrounded by the army of hundreds of thousands of cultivators and fought in blood. The difference between the two parties was way too great. Be it in terms of numbers or strength, there was a world of difference. There were less than 10 perfected immortals left within the group that was surrounded. Even so, the group of people were fearless and protected each other. They fought with their last bit of strength and finally fell into a pool of blood. In midair, there were 6 immortal king experts with terrifying auras standing. They were looking down at this scene coldly. If the 6 immortal king experts attacked, the odd cultivators trapped would not be able to last more than a breath. Their gazes were cold and filled with mockery and cruelty. This was a complete massacre. Among the trapped cultivators, a perfected immortal was covered in injuries. His face was pale and his aura was weak, he could no longer fight. However, his eyes were still widened and he had an unyielding expression. He hugged the banner in his arms tightly and raised it high. The patterns on the flag corresponded to the 7 stars in the starry skies. There were only about 10,000 of the hundreds of millions of cultivators and living beings in the 7 stars sword world left and the number was decreasing continuously. In the faction slaughtering the cultivators of the 7 stars sword world, the picture on their flags was rather strange and terrifying. It was a gigantic eye that seemed to be staring at everyone from the sword world. They're from the heavenly eye world. Feng Su frowned with a grim expression. Su Zimo had long noticed that although the group of cultivators looked similar to humans, a crack appeared in their brows when they executed their dermic daos. It was the heavenly eye race that he had come into contact with in Tianhuang mainland. Bai Tianqing said in a deep voice, the immortal king in the lead should be King Cold Eye of the heavenly eye world. He's powerful and can't be underestimated. Save them. Lu Yun said and was about to charge into the battlefield with the immortal boat. However, Yulan stopped him and said in a low voice, the heavenly eye race is also a super large world. If we attack rashly, we'll probably add another powerful enemy to the sword world. The 7 stars sword world is only on good terms with the sword world but is not a subsidiary of it. There's no need for us to get involved. Lu Yun looked at the purgatory-like scene around him and the group of 7 stars sword world cultivators who were still resisting desperately on the star. Grief and indignation filled his heart as he asked, does it mean that the heavenly eye world can slaughter living beings wantonly and do whatever they want just because they're a super large world? Are we going to leave the 7 stars sword world in the lurch just because they are not a subsidiary of ours? Are we going to turn a blind eye to everything today just because we're afraid of making enemies for the sword world? Yulan was speechless in the face of Lu Yun's questions. Feng Su said in a low voice, it would have been fine if we had arrived earlier. But now, so many people have died in the 7 stars sword world and there are only more than 10,000 of them left. It does seem a little rash for us to be enemies with the heavenly eye world just for the odd people. Lu Yun turned around and stared fixedly at Feng Su, asking slowly, so the remaining odd cultivators of the 7 stars sword world aren't considered humans? They deserve to die. Bai Tianqing wanted to say something but hesitated. He knew that it was not that Peak Masters Yulan and Feng Su did not want to save them. They merely weighed the pros and cons and said those words from the perspective of the sword world. However, those words did seem a little cold and unreasonable. Suddenly, Lu Yun looked at Su Zimo with anticipation in his eyes. Brother Su, what do you think? There were 5 Peak Masters present. If one of them remained silent and 3 of them objected, it would be inappropriate for Lu Yun to appear alone even if he wanted to save them. Su Zimo said, if cultivators of our generation have to be overcautious even when saving people, there's no need for us to cultivate the sword Dao in the future. That's right. Lu Yun perked up when he heard that. Yulan and Feng Su sighed gently with a hint of shame. The perfected immortals of the various sword peaks, such as Wang Dong and Gong Suanyu, could not hold it in any longer. They were not like the two peak masters who had too many reservations. They were young and hot-blooded and cultivated the sword Dao, upholding justice in their hearts. When they saw injustice, they should stand out. Go. Yulan made a decision quickly as well. After the brief disagreement, the 5 peak masters quickly reached an agreement and sped towards the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the sword world descended. Stop. Lu Yun released the powerful might of the Grotto Heaven realm and enveloped the entire battlefield instantly. Most of the people fighting on the battlefield were heaven immortals and perfected immortals. They could not defend against the might of an immortal king's spirit consciousness and stopped one after another. The originally tragic battle also paused for a moment. However, before long, another immortal king's spirit consciousness surged over and resisted Lu Yun's spirit consciousness. The pressure on the cultivators on the battlefield decreased significantly. It was the leader of the 6 immortal kings who attacked and resolved Lu Yun's spirit consciousness pressure. Everyone from the Heavenly Eye race had long gone berserk from their killing spree. How could they stop so easily? The moment everyone from the Heavenly Eye race regained their freedom and saw that their immortal king experts were holding down the fort, they had no reservations and charged into the crowd of the 7 Stars Sword World to massacre once more. Furthermore, everyone from the Heavenly Eye race seemed to have guessed that something might happen later on and attacked even more ferociously, wanting to kill the remaining 7 Stars Sword World cultivators as quickly as possible. There were not many 7 Stars Sword World cultivators to begin with and they were decreasing at every moment. Now, there were only a few thousand left. Lu Yun's expression darkened. As an immortal king expert, he naturally could not enter the battlefield and bully the weak by attacking the perfected immortals and heaven immortals of the Heavenly Eye race. Lu Yun took a deep breath and cupped his fists towards the 6 immortal kings of the Heavenly Eye world in midair. Fellow Taoists of the Heavenly Eye world, the 7 Stars Sword World is almost destroyed and hundreds of millions of living beings have died. I hope everyone can stop and not kill them all. He attempted to reason with the experts of the Heavenly Eye world. It would naturally be best if they could avoid a direct conflict with the Heavenly Eye world. So, it's the Peak Master of Carnage Sword Peak. The leader of the Heavenly Eye world whose Dao title was Cold Eye looked towards the group of people from the Sword World before raising his brows slightly. As far as I know, the 7 Stars Sword World has nothing to do with the Sword World. Everyone, it's best if you don't meddle in the business of others lest you attract trouble. Chapter 2777, Chapter 2777, Myriad Sword Formation. Chapter 2777, Myriad Sword Formation. In reality, King Cold Eye and the other 5 immortal king experts of the Heavenly Eye world had long noticed everyone from the Sword World. However, King Cold Eye was fearless and did not care. Even if the group from the Sword World wanted to stop this, they could not. There were only 4 immortal king experts in the group from the Sword World. The remaining 10 were only perfected immortals. Most of the battlefield below was filled with heaven immortals and perfected immortals fighting. If the 4 immortal king experts of the Sword World wanted to save them, it was not appropriate for them to attack personally. How could the remaining 10 perfected immortals defend against the hundreds of thousands of troops that consisted of hundreds of perfected immortals of the Heavenly Eye world? Furthermore, even if the 4 peak masters of the Sword World were determined to attack, the 6 immortal kings could still fight them. As long as they delayed for a moment, the remaining thousands of people of the 7 Stars Sword World would be drowned by the hundreds of thousands of Heavenly Eye race troops. Even if Lu Yun and the others were determined to save them and sent a message to the Sword World for reinforcements, that would delay things even further, and they had no time at all. King Cold-Eye was so unyielding because he had taken everything into account in his calculations. Yulan said in a deep voice, "King Cold-Eye, I don't know what deep feud you guys have with the 7 Stars Sword World, but no matter what, there's no need to kill them all. There's no need to do such an inhumane thing like complete extermination." Bai Tianqing added, "That's right. Even if it's an eye for an eye, it's impossible that every single person from the 7 Stars Sword World offended you guys, right?" King Cold-Eye sneered, and the blood mark on his glabella seemed to be expanding and cracking, emitting a chill as he said slowly, "South Valley was the one who wanted to protect his disciple. Furthermore, he even dared to deceive me. He can't blame me for starting a massacre. Since he dares to challenge me, I'll make him pay the price and let his 7 Stars Sword World die with him." King South Valley was the world lord of the 7 Stars Sword World. In the Trichiliocosm, the situation was different in every world. Some worlds had world lords, while others were governed by many emperors. The latter was the case for the Sword World. There were also those like the Heavenly World, where its territory was split by the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Daos. As such, there was no actual world lord. Lu Yun was infuriated when he heard that. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "You want to vent your anger on the entire 7 Stars Sword World and slaughter hundreds of millions of living beings just because of King South Valley and his disciple? King Cold-Eye, aren't you being way too domineering and cruel?" "Humph." King Cold-Eye had a fearless expression and did not back down at all. He said coldly, "That's how the Heavenly Eye race does things. What can you do to me?" Another king of the Heavenly Eye race sneered, "Do you think you can save him with just a dozen of you? Fufu, I advise all of you to mind your own business and not get yourself into trouble, or it'll be too late for regrets." Another king of the Heavenly Eye race chuckled as well. Right then, 2 figures on the Immortal boat sped towards the battlefield almost at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already charged into the battlefield. One of them wielded a sword, and her figure was ethereal in the cold sword light. She was graceful like a serpent. It was Lin Xuanzhen. Lin Xuanzhen wielded an immortal sword, and no one could withstand its sharpness wherever she went. As blood spewed, Heavenly Eye perfected spirits fell from midair one after another and died. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuanzhen killed 4 peak Heavenly Eye perfected spirits. Another figure descended in the middle of the 7 Stars Sword World cultivators and extended his fair palm, shattering the head of a Heavenly Eye perfected spirit, saving the perfected Immortal carrying the flag of the 7 Stars Sword World. The figure had green robes and black hair. He was none other than the 9th Peak Master, Su Zimo. The flag-carrying perfected Immortal of the 7 Stars Sword World was called Meng Hao. He had once followed the Immortal King of the 7 Stars Sword World to Sword Burial Peak with a congratulatory gift, and Su Zimo had some impression of this person. Right now, Meng Hao was covered in injuries. His aura was weak and he was exhausted. He could not hold on any longer and could only persevere with a tenacious and unyielding will. He carried the blood-soaked flag on his shoulder and leaned against it. It was unknown if he was carrying the flag or if the flag was supporting his broken body. A Heavenly Eye perfected spirit targeted Meng Hao and broke through the defense line to charge to the latter. When he arrived, Meng Hao could not defend at all. Su Zimo was unwilling to see him die here and saved him. "Sword World, it's you." Meng Hao's bloodshot eyes seemed to have recognized Su Zimo as he murmured softly. Immediately after, he relaxed and could no longer hold on, fainting on the spot. Su Zimo supported him with one hand and placed him gently on the ground. He held the flag of the 7 Stars Sword World with the other, letting the blood-soaked flag flutter on the battlefield. In reality, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others on the Immortal boat could not stand it any longer. However, the Immortal King experts of both sides were still in a stalemate. Even if they wanted to attack, they were afraid and did not dare to act rashly. Now that Su Zimo and Lin Xuanzhen had charged into the battlefield, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others felt their blood boil and charged forward without any reservations. Given the current situation, it was indeed not appropriate for Lu Yun, Yu Lan and the other two peak masters to attack as Immortal King experts. Once a huge battle broke out between Immortal King experts, it was very easy for the situation to spiral out of control and even cause a war between worlds. The Sword World and the Heavenly Eye World were both super-large worlds. As such, Lu Yun and the other three peak masters were extremely cautious. The best solution was for Lin Xuanzhen and the other perfected immortals to save the cultivators of the Seven Stars Sword World. Fu. When King Cold Eye saw Su Zimo and the others attack, he could not help but scoff. "You're overestimating yourselves. Is that so?" Lu Yun, Yu Lan and the others sneered when they heard that. They had roughly scanned the battlefield earlier on. Although there were hundreds of perfected spirit experts on the side of the Heavenly Eye race, they did not discover any top-notch monster incarnates. The strongest among them was roughly on par with Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu and the others and could not threaten Lin Xuanzhen at all. Apart from Su Zimo and Baiming Shui of the Ninth Sword Peak who had negligible combat strength, the other 8 people on the Sword World side were the number 1 perfected immortals of the 8 Sword Peaks. Even if the 8 of them fought individually, they could dominate the hundreds of thousands of Heavenly Eye race troops. And now, in order to save the remaining cultivators of the 7 Stars Sword World, the 8 of them formed a sword formation that was both offensive and defensive with Lin Xuanzhen as the leader. This sword formation was a simplified version of the myriad sword formation around the Sword World. The 8 of them represented the 8 Sword Peaks. Although it was a simplified version, the 8 of them were all top-notch perfected immortal experts. They had long memorized the myriad sword formation and had a tacit understanding, allowing them to unleash the might of the sword formation to its limits. The sound of the sword reverberated endlessly. A myriad of sword chi tore through the void and intersected in the world. The sword chi soared into the skies with a sharp edge and formed an impenetrable sword net, as though it could mince everything. Lin Xuanzhen, Wang Dong and the others formed a sword formation and protected Su Zimo, Baiming Shui and the thousands of cultivators of the 7 Stars Sword World in the middle. They defended against the attacks of the hundreds of perfected spirits and hundreds of thousands of Heavenly Eye troops. Not only that, under the myriad sword formation formed by the 8 of them, many Heavenly Eye perfected spirits died on the spot continuously. Any living being that entered the myriad sword formation would be minced into a blood mist. Chapter 2778, Chapter 2778, Threat. Chapter 2778, Threat. On the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of Heavenly Eye troops gathered. The ground was densely packed and they covered the sun in the skies, surrounding the thousands of sword cultivators. They charged continuously with violent attacks. The blood marks on the glabella of the living beings of the Heavenly Eye race split apart one after another like a third eye and burst forth with all sorts of power. The physique and bloodline of the Heavenly Eye race were similar to humans. However, they were BOM with a third eye on their glabella, the Heavenly Eye. It was this Heavenly Eye that transformed the living beings of this race completely and allowed them to be ranked at the top of the 10,000 races. Typically speaking, the Heavenly Eye on his glabella was also where the strongest power of the living beings of the Heavenly Eye race gathered. However, no matter how the Heavenly Eye army charged, they could not break the myriad sword formation formed by the 8 top perfected immortals of the Sword World. The battle was intense and blood mist filled the air, causing sand and rocks to fly. The Heavenly Eye race army pounced over several times but they could not override the sharpness of the myriad sword formation. Before long, thousands of corpses of Heavenly Eye race beings appeared on the battlefield. The deaths of thousands of clansmen were nothing to the hundreds of thousands of troops. However, that scene was a huge shock to countless living beings of the Heavenly Eye race. Among the thousands of Heavenly Eye clansmen who died, there were nearly 100 Heavenly Eye perfected spirits. When they encircled the Seven Stars Sword World this time round to massacre hundreds of millions of living beings, less than 10 Heavenly Eye perfected spirits died. To think that the situation would change so drastically with the addition of these 10 cultivators from the Sword World into the battlefield. The remaining Heavenly Eye perfected spirits had wary expressions and attacked cautiously, not daring to advance rashly. Apart from the Heavenly Eye perfected spirit that Su Zimo first killed when he descended, he no longer had much chance to attack thereafter. It was the same for Baiming Shui. The moment Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others joined the battlefield, they joined forces with Lin Xuanjun to form the Myriad Sword Formation. He and Baiming Shui along with the surviving sword cultivators of the Seven Stars Sword World were protected in the safest central area of the formation. The 8 of them joined forces in an extremely tacit manner and the sword formation they condensed was impenetrable. The Carnage Sword Dao, the Five Elements Sword Dao, the Extreme Sword Dao, the Sever Sword Dao, the Illusory Sword Dao, the Tyrant Sword Dao, the Fiend Sword Dao and the Zen Sword Dao. Lin Xuanjun and the other 7 top-tier perfected immortals made use of the Myriad Sword Formation to unleash the 8 Sword Daos to their limits. Sword Chi and Sword Intent surged with a resplendent brilliance. It was difficult for the Heavenly Eye army to continue charging in. Even if Su Zimo wanted to charge out, there was no good opportunity. He could break the sword formation before charging out, but there was no need for that. If the 8 of them were to open up the sword formation to release him, there would definitely be an opening in the sword formation. That move might backfire during this intense battle. On the contrary, the Heavenly Eye race might be able to destroy the sword formation. When Su Zimo saw that the myriad sword formation formed by Lin Xuanjun and the others had already blocked hundreds of thousands of living beings of the Heavenly Eye race and that there was no danger, he did not rush to step in. Actually, as the peak master of Sword Burial Peak, he naturally cultivated this myriad sword formation as well. However, Lin Xuanjun and the other 7 had practiced the sword formation together for many years and had a tacit understanding. After joining the battlefield, they formed the sword formation immediately and did not give him a chance to join. If he were to join in now, the sword formation would have to pause momentarily and there would naturally be openings as well. Su Zimo and Baiming Shui weaved through the crowd of the Seven Stars Sword World and placed many spirit pills in the hands of the sword cultivators, trying their best to save them. In midair, Lu Yun, Yulan and the others had calm expressions and were not surprised by this scene. Not far away, the expressions of King Cold Eye and the other kings of the Heavenly Eye race darkened gradually. The scene before them had indeed exceeded their expectations. Under normal circumstances, given the methods of the Heavenly Eye race, they would have an obvious advantage against most living beings of the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, the Heavenly Eye race still had the advantage in numbers. This was simply a crushing situation. Among the 10 perfected immortals of the Sword World, there were even 2 perfected immortals at the Convergence and Celestial Being realms respectively. How much of an impact could they have? However, King Cold Eye did not expect that among the 10 perfected immortals they encountered, apart from Su Zimo and Baiming Shui who did not attack much, the remaining 8 were paragons among perfected immortals. Among them, Lin Xuanjun was the number 1 perfected immortal of the Sword World. Of course, the Heavenly Eye world had top perfected spirits as well. However, the battle to destroy the Seven Stars Sword World was already coming to an end and their top Heavenly Eye perfected spirit who was here previously had long left. If that person was here, he would definitely be able to break the sword formation formed by the 8 perfected immortals of the Sword World. King Cold Eye looked at the battlefield with a dark expression and remained silent. The current situation was gradually becoming clearer. If he did not give the order to stop, more and more Heavenly Eye race beings would die here. Stop! Suddenly, King Cold Eye let out a long roar. The massive Heavenly Eye army with hundreds of thousands of troops felt relived and retreated one after another. They escaped the battlefield, afraid that they would be sucked into the terrifying sword formation. King Cold Eye clenched his fists behind his back and turned slowly to look at Lu Yun and the others not far away, saying hatefully, "These few perfected immortals of your sword world are truly capable. If I'm not wrong, these 8 should be the strongest perfected immortals of your sword world." Lu Yun replied indifferently, "Tvi warned you before. You only have yourself to blame for your lack of foresight." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, King Cold Eye burst into laughter. His gaze was cold and the heavenly eye on his glabella had already opened, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. His 3 eyes stared at Lu Yun and the others at the same time. He nodded and said slowly, all right, all right, all right. I'll remember these people." Lu Yun's expression turned cold and his body emitted a terrifying killing intent as well. He glared at King Cold Eye and said, "King Cold Eye, I'm warning you. You're a peak king. It's best if you don't harbor any designs on them." The major worlds, especially the super-large worlds, would tacitly agree to an unspoken rule. Generally speaking, experts of the major worlds would not attack cultivators of lower cultivation realms of the other worlds. That was because such actions were way too dangerous and could easily go out of control. If King Cold Eye disregarded his status and attacked Lin Xuanzhen, who was at the perfected one realm, the emperors of the sword world would have a reason to attack him. At that time, the emperors of the heavenly eye world would not sit idly by. If the situation continued to escalate, it would turn into a war between emperors or even a war between the worlds. If it was a battle between people of the same cultivation realm, even if one side suffered heavy losses and was resentful, there was no excuse. They could only blame themselves for being inferior. When King Cold Eye heard that, he sneered, "Don't worry, there's no need for me to attack those sword cultivators of yours personally. Do you guys think that there's no powerful perfected spirits on the side of my heavenly eye world?" When they heard that, Lu Yun, Yulan and the other peak masters seemed to have thought of something and frowned at the same time. King Cold Eye continued, "If I'm not wrong, the 4 of you should be bringing these 10 perfected immortals to the blessed heaven world, right?" Lu Yun and the others remained calm, but their hearts sank. They had only brought 10 perfected immortals with them. Furthermore, 8 of them were top perfected immortals. The greatest possibility was that they were heading to the blessed heaven world. This matter could not be hidden from King Cold Eye at all. King Cold Eye grinned. "It's fine even if you don't reply, let's wait and see. I'll remember today's debt for the time being. However, before I leave, I have something to say to you guys. The blood of the heavenly eye race shall not be spilled in vain." With that said, King Cold Eye gave the order and left the 7 stars sword world with hundreds of thousands of heavenly eye troops. Before long, he disappeared into the vast sea of stars. Chapter 2779, Chapter 2779, The Cause of the Destruction of the World. Chapter 2779, The Cause of the Destruction of the World. Although the Heavenly Eye army had left, there was no salvation for the 7 stars sword world. There were only a few thousand cultivator disciples left in the 7 stars sword world and there were no immortal king experts among them. Only 7 perfected immortals survived. Under Su Zimo's treatment, Meng Hao had already woken up and his injuries were gradually improving with a hint of rosiness on his face. "Thank you for saving us, seniors of the sword world." When Meng Hao and the others woke up, they bowed to Su Zimo and the others immediately. However, most of the surviving cultivators had yet to recover. They looked at the corpses around them with listless eyes and numb expressions. This was a huge blow to them. Su Zimo looked at Meng Hao and asked, "What happened? Why did the heavenly eye race come?" Previously, King Cold Eye had mentioned it briefly, but he did not elaborate. No one in the sword world knew the reason for this calamity. Meng Hao was silent for a moment before saying slowly, senior brother Li Xian was chased by a heavenly eye-perfected spirit in the evil fiend battlefield. He was forced to counterattack and blinded the heavenly eye-perfected spirit. Under normal circumstances, after cultivating to the perfected immortal realm, one could recover using their dermic powers even if their bodies were shattered. However, it was different for the heavenly eye. The heavenly eye was the strongest part of the heavenly eye race. Once it was injured through divine powers, it was difficult to recover. Humph. Gong Suanyu harumphed coldly. He failed to kill his target, so he could only blame his lack of skills that his heavenly eye was blinded. If it was me, I would have killed him rather than just blinding him. Meng Hao glanced at Gong Suanyu and opened his mouth slightly. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he merely sighed softly. As a perfected immortal of the sword world, Gong Suanyu naturally had the backing to be able to say that. As for senior brother Li Xian, he was only a perfected immortal of the 7 stars sword world. How could he dare to offend a living being of the heavenly eye race? Even when he blinded the heavenly eye perfected spirit, it was because he had no other choice. Lu Yun frowned. Fights in the evil fiend battlefield are between perfected spirits of the same cultivation realm. Even if they die within, they can't blame others, let alone being injured. The heavenly eye world led an army to slaughter a world of living beings just because a single heavenly eye perfected spirit was blinded? Meng Hao said, that heavenly eye perfected spirit was the youngest son of King Cold Eye. That explains everything. Yulan and the others exchanged glances and murmured softly. Meng Hao continued, senior brother Li Xian knew that he had caused a huge calamity and returned to the 7 stars sword world immediately to report this matter to Master. At the same time, King Cold Eye sent a letter to Master asking him to hand over senior brother Li Xian. The Master Meng Hao was referring to was the world lord of the 7 stars sword world, King South Valley. Master knows that senior brother Li Xian is not to blame for this, but he also knows that King Cold Eye will definitely not let the matter rest. Therefore, he arranged for senior brother Li Xian to escape secretly and sent a message to the major worlds for help. Lu Yun, Yulan and the others exchanged glances and nodded to themselves. King South Valley lived up to his reputation as a sword cultivator and was indeed responsible as a world lord. He did his best to protect his disciple instead of selling out the latter. If they were in his shoes, they would not be able to think of a better solution either. At that point, Meng Hao stopped. As though he had thought of something, his body trembled slightly and he panted heavily, as though he was about to suffocate. Su Zimo chanted a few Buddhist proclamations softly, helping Meng Hao's terrified mind to gradually calm down. Meng Hao took a deep breath and continued, to think that King Cold Eye would have arrived here long ago and sealed the 7 stars sword world. Not only did senior brother Li Xian die, Master's message could not be sent either. This action infuriated King Cold Eye. He sealed the 7 stars sword world and wanted to kill half of the living beings here as punishment. At that point, Meng Hao could not continue. The remaining sword cultivators of the 7 stars sword world teared up in silence as well. Lu Yun and the others sighed with conflicted expressions. King South Valley was not even willing to hand over a single disciple. There was no way he would allow half of the living beings of the 7 stars sword world to be killed. Cultivators of the 7 stars sword world cultivated the sword Dao and would rather break than bend. They would definitely not wait for death. He would definitely have led his sword cultivators to resist and fight to the death. Even though there were only a few thousand people left in the end, Meng Hao and the others did not submit and fought against the living beings of the heavenly eye race with their last bit of strength. In the eyes of King Cold Eye, living beings of a lesser world like the 7 stars sword world were ants. How dare they deceive and resist him? In his rage, he ordered the destruction of the entire world. Even after destroying an entire world and slaughtering hundreds of millions of living beings, in the eyes of King Cold Eye and the others, they had merely stomped on some ants and they could not take it to heart. Yulan sighed softly. King South Valley has always been known as a hero and was benevolent. To think that he would encounter such a calamity. Sigh. Lu Yun said coldly, King Cold Eye is way too cruel. He slaughtered a world's living beings just because his youngest son's skills were inferior, resulting in the blinding of his heavenly eye. Bai Tianqing said, King Cold Eye's actions are also equivalent to sending a strong signal to the other worlds. He's letting the other worlds feel fear towards the heavenly eye world, to warn the others not to provoke them easily. Yulan said, from what I know, there's a perfected spirit in the heavenly eye world who was born with the yin-yang eyes. He even comprehended a peerless divine power as well and has terrifying combat strength. He's probably in the top 5 of all the perfected spirits of the 10,000 races in the upper world. King Cold Eye has already guessed that we're heading to the blessed heaven world. If we encounter the heavenly eye race in the blessed heaven world, there will probably be additional trouble. Lu Yun had a grim expression. The heavenly eye world has more than one perfected spirit in this generation who comprehended a peerless divine power. Bai Tianqing said, the heavenly eye of the heavenly eye race allows their comprehension of divine powers to far surpass that of other races. In every generation, the heavenly eye race will at least give birth to a perfected spirit who has comprehended a peerless divine power. Are you guys implying that we should head back now? Feng Su frowned. We're already here. We're less than 3 days away from the blessed heaven world. Lu Yun, Yulan, and Bai Tianqing fell silent and hesitated. Feng Su said, furthermore, we're heading to the blessed heaven world this time round for the Venus Black Gold Stone. If we miss it, we don't know when we'll come across it again. Yulan said, there's nothing to worry about since fighting is prohibited in the blessed heaven world. However, if we want to exchange for the Venus Black Gold Stone, Xuanzhen and the others have to enter the evil fiend battlefield. Yulan looked at Lin Xuanzhen, Wang Dong and the others with worried expressions. Lin Xuanzhen said indifferently, Master, don't worry. If we encounter any danger in the evil fiend battlefield, we'll leave immediately. That's right. With the blessed heaven world badge, we can leave at any moment and there won't be any danger. Wang Dong added. Yulan pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. Since we're already here, we should take a look at the blessed heaven world. It's best if we can exchange for the Venus Black Gold Stone. If we can't, let's not force it either. Chapter 2780, Chapter 2780, A Way Out. Chapter 2780, A Way Out. Feng Su looked at the remaining thousands of sword cultivators of the 7 Stars Sword World and asked via voice transmission with his spirit consciousness, what about them? If everyone from the Sword World left directly, there was a high chance that the Heavenly Eye army would return. Furthermore, the remaining cultivators of the 7 Stars Sword World were severely injured and could not protect themselves at all. Without the protection of the 7 Stars Sword World, even if the Heavenly Eye army did not return, these sword cultivators would easily encounter other calamities. Lu Yun pondered for a moment before looking at Meng Hao and the other cultivators of the 7 Stars Sword World and asking in a deep voice, the 7 Stars Sword World has already been destroyed. I wonder what your plans are from now on. Would you be willing to join the Sword World? Meng Hao and the other perfected immortals exchanged glances and nodded after a moment of hesitation. If they were not taken in by the Sword World, they would be itinerant cultivators without identities. In the boundless starry skies, they were like rootless duckweed and could die at any moment. The boundless starry skies of the upper world were like dark forests and were filled with danger. Even if they encountered a group of bandits that were roaming everywhere, they would not be able to defend against them given their current strength. Thank you for taking us in, Senior. Meng Hao and the other sword cultivators bowed one after another. Lu Yun nodded slightly and looked at Su Zimo who was not far away. Brother Su, what do you think about letting them join your 9th Sword Peak? There were not many disciples on the 9th Sword Peak and there were only 2 perfected immortals. Lu Yun's actions could be considered as a favor to Su Zimo. I'm fine with it, but I don't know if they're willing. Su Zimo looked at Meng Hao and the others. My 9th Sword Peak has just been established and its overall strength is not high. There are only 2 perfected immortals. I'm the Peak Master and my cultivation realm is open to you guys as well. The 7 perfected immortals who survived in the 7 Stars Sword World had higher cultivation realms than Su Zimo. Among them, there were 3 Paradise Void perfected immortals. Meng Hao was one of them. Meng Hao waved his hand hurriedly. Peak Master, you must be joking. We're already extremely grateful that the Sword World is willing to take us in. How can we not be willing? All right. Su Zimo nodded. In that case, from now on, you guys will be disciples of Sword Burial Peak of the Sword World. Greetings, Peak Master. Meng Hao and the others endured the pain on their bodies and bowed. Lu Yun said, that makes things easier. Since everyone is already part of the Sword World, we can head to the Blessed Heaven World together this time round. If Meng Hao and the others were to head back to the Sword World on their own, the journey would be long and he did not know what might happen. It was the safest for them to follow along. Naturally, Meng Hao and the others had no objections. Apart from Meng Hao and some others, most of the thousands of cultivators had never been to the Blessed Heaven World and were curious about it. However, everyone was severely injured. Coupled with the calamity and the fact that they had just lost their home and family, they were a little down. Su Zimo and the others set off once more, entering the spatial tunnel and heading towards the Blessed Heaven World. The Immortal boat was huge and could easily accommodate more than 1,000,000 people. Meng Hao and the others recuperated quietly in the Immortal boat while Lu Yun, Yulan and the others stood at the bow of the Immortal boat, chatting nonchalantly. Su Zimo looked at the endless starry skies outside through the spatial tunnel in silence. The encounter in the 7 Stars Sword World made him lament. The image of the corpses floating in the blood river in the starry skies had a huge impact on him and he could not forget it even now. Hundreds of millions of innocent living beings were wiped out just like that. To the living beings of the 10,000 races of the boundless upper world, no one cared about them at all. In fact, the destruction of the 7 Stars Sword World would not even cause any waves in the upper world. Chaos had already appeared in the upper world. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight in the Emperor's tomb had once told him to escape as soon as possible, far away from the center of the upper world and the Trichiliacosm. Actually, Su Zimo had long thought of a way out. In the Fiend domain, it was difficult for Tianhuang's sect to fight against Fiend Emperor Apocalypse after his awakening. The background of Fiend Emperor Apocalypse as well as the secrets he held were unknown. Unless necessary, Su Zimo was unwilling to fight head-on. In the Pure Land of Bliss, the influence of Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma who was Emperor Bo Sun was increasing. There was no place for him in the 9 Firmament Immortal domain either. There would definitely be a huge battle between the 9 Firmament Immortal domain, Pure Land of Bliss and Fiend domain eventually. If he continued to stay in the heavenly world, he would be easily involved. The best way was to leave the heavenly world and head to a place far away from the center of the upper world and the starry skies where the war would be. He could just open up a pocket dimension somewhere else. At that place, there would be no difference between the living beings of the lower and upper worlds. The 10,000 races would coexist and everyone would be equal. Su Zimo wanted to create a brand new world and establish a pure land. However, the encounter of the 7 Stars Sword World made him realize how treacherous and dangerous this path was going to be. Without absolute strength and confidence, even if such a world was established, it would be easily destroyed. You're still thinking about the 7 Stars Sword World? When Lu Yun saw that Su Zimo was troubled, he walked over and asked softly. Su Zimo nodded. Lu Yun sighed softly. Actually, events like what happened to the 7 Stars Sword World aren't rare in the upper world. Some worlds that produce special resources can be looted overnight with countless lives lost in the flames of war. In some worlds, people who obtain some peerless treasure might attract a huge calamity and cause the world to be destroyed. Even super-large worlds might not be spared if chaos truly arrives, let alone lesser worlds like the Seven Stars Sword World. Chaos, catastrophe? Su Zimo murmured softly as though he had understood something. Lu Yun said, "You should know that the Sword World encountered a calamity after the Zenith Heaven era." Su Zimo nodded. When he headed to the Zenith Heaven Sword Steel to comprehend the Tao, Peak Master Yulan of Sever Sword Peak mentioned this to him. Lu Yun said, "Fortunately, the Sword World was preserved. After a few eras, it rose again and became a super-large world. From what I know, some super-large worlds in the past could no longer rise after they declined. Some were even completely destroyed and disappeared in the long river of time without leaving any traces." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. There had to be at least 10 Emperor experts for a world to be a super-large world. However, not all super-large worlds could defend against it and were completely destroyed. What sort of power or calamity were those? It was unknown if the destruction of those super-large worlds had anything to do with the catastrophe of the Trichiliocosm or if it was due to any other reason. 5 days later. Everyone from the Sword World finally arrived at their destination. Lu Yun steered the Immortal boat and broke through the spatial tunnel, descending into the starry skies once more. He pointed in a direction and said in a deep voice, "That's the blessed heaven world." Everyone looked over and did not see any world. Lu Yun steered the Immortal boat in a streak of light and continued in that direction. Before long, the Immortal boat seemed to have collided with a water screen and slowed down, causing ripples to appear on the screen. Everyone from the Sword World felt as though they had suddenly entered another world from the starry skies outside. The scene before them suddenly changed completely. Chapter 2781, Chapter 2781, 10 Sin Grounds. Chapter 2781, 10 Sin Grounds. The blessed heaven world did not look big and was extremely empty. What greeted everyone's eyes was a gigantic island floating in the middle of the starry skies. The most eye-catching thing was that 10 thick and gigantic chains extended from the surroundings of the island and extended continuously, spanning half the starry skies. The end of the chains disappeared into the distant darkness. It was unknown what was on the other end. Every single chain was so thick that its circumference was around the size of 10 people hugging it. They were rusty and filled with scratch marks. Lu Yun looked at the lone island in the middle of the starry skies. That's Blessed Island. It's also the only area in the blessed heaven world where foreign cultivators can step foot. What are those chains? Su Zimo asked, "What's connected to the other end of the chains?" Lu Yun explained, "Legend has it that the 10 blessed chains lead to the 10 sin grounds where many evil fiends and sin spirits are imprisoned. That area is a forbidden ground of the blessed heaven world and no one can approach it." 10 sin grounds? Evil fiends and sin spirits? Su Zimo frowned slightly and looked at the end of the 10 blessed chains in deep thought. Not only could one's gaze not penetrate the darkness on the other side, even if one's spirit consciousness extended over, it would disappear and they would not be able to detect anything. For some unknown reason, Su Zimo felt an inexplicable discomfort after arriving at the blessed heaven world. Everything around him was oppressive. After 5 days of recuperation, Meng Hao and the thousands of surviving cultivators of the 7 Stars Sword World were much better and could move around freely. Everyone walked out of the resting chamber in the Immortal boat one after another. They looked around curiously at the legendary blessed heaven world. Standing at the bow of the ship, Lu Yun looked at the many cultivators on the Immortal boat and said in a deep voice, "This is the first time most of you are here in the blessed heaven world. There are some rules that I have to tell everyone. There's a powerful restriction power in the blessed heaven world. Apart from a specific region, no conflicts are allowed elsewhere. Otherwise, one will definitely be mercilessly killed by the restriction power in the blessed heaven world. You might not be able to sense it, but in the blessed heaven world, even immortal king experts like me can't even release grotto heavens. It's said that the worlds condensed by emperor experts will be suppressed after coming to the blessed heaven world. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they heard that. Even emperor experts would be restricted in the blessed heaven world. Yulan added, therefore, don't take any chances. For example, don't get into conflicts here on Blessed Island. Lu Yun continued, the blessed heaven world is extremely special. No matter who you are or what race you are from, you can only stay for 10 days after entering the blessed heaven world. If you don't leave after 10 days, you will be killed by the blessed heaven world. After leaving, you can only enter the blessed heaven world 1,000 years later. Although everyone felt that this rule was a little strange, they could understand it. If not for that rule, countless living beings of the 10,000 races of the Trichiliocosm would have swarmed over and refused to leave. The entire blessed heaven world would not have been able to hold them. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, the specific area that Brother Lu mentioned earlier on is the evil fiend battlefield that you mentioned previously? On the way to the blessed heaven world, Lu Yun had mentioned the evil fiend battlefield. However, before he could explain in detail, they encountered the matter of the 7 stars sword world. Lu Yun nodded. That's right. You can only fight at will in the evil fiend battlefield. The entrance to the evil fiend battlefield is on Blessed Island. Apart from Lin Xuanjun and the others, this was the first time most of the cultivators had heard of the evil fiend battlefield and they were puzzled. Lu Yun said, the evil fiend battlefield is similar to the ancient battlefield and belongs to a pocket dimension. The reason why it's called the evil fiend battlefield is because there are many evil fiends and sin spirits living inside. These evil fiends and sin spirits come from the 10 sin grounds. What exactly do the evil fiends and sin spirits refer to? Su Zimo had heard Lu Yun mention this term more than once. Lu Yun said, the evil fiends within refer to some special and powerful living beings who are cruel and inhumane, such as the Wuxia and Azura races. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Through the martial Dao prime body, he learned that the living beings of the Ghost Dao were the legendary Wuxia race. The Ghost Dao and Medium Kiliocosm were 2 independent worlds with indestructible world barriers that could only be broken by Emperor experts. But now, the Wuxia race could appear in the Medium Kiliocosm and were known as evil fiends. The Azura race should be a unique living being nurtured from the Azura Dao. Living beings of the Ghost and Azura Daos were referred to as evil fiends in the blessed heaven world. Unsurprisingly, the nether race of the Hell Dao should be a part of the blessed heaven world's evil fiends as well. Su Zimo asked in a deep voice, what about sin spirits? Lu Yun explained, it said that in the ancient era, there were living beings of some races who were bewitched by the evil fiends. They committed heinous sins and these are their descendants. Yulan said, among these descendants of sin spirits, there are all kinds of races and there are even many human cultivators. However, you have to remember that these are sin spirits and are no different from the evil fiends. When the time comes, there's no need to show mercy. Lin Xuanjun, Wang Dong and the others nodded. They seemed to have been to the evil fiend battlefield before and were no strangers to such things. Su Zimo frowned slightly in silence. In that case, the many evil fiends in the evil fiend battlefield should be the descendants of the Wuxia and Azura race from the ancient era. However, at the same time, another question surged in Su Zimo's heart. Since they're known as sin spirits, what sort of heinous sins did they commit back then? Su Zimo suddenly asked. Bai Tianqing said, those sin spirits were once bewitched by the evil fiends and became enemies with the living beings of the 10,000 races. They aided the tyrants and committed heinous sins. Su Zimo asked again, but those were matters of the ancient era. The evil fiends and sin spirits right now are only their descendants. What do they have to do with the matters of the ancient era? Yulan said, Brother Su, you might not know this, but those evil fiends are ferocious by nature and are extremely hostile to living beings of the upper world. No matter how many generations it has been, their natures can't be changed. Su Zimo had a deep understanding of that. In the hell world, when the living beings of hell heard that he was from the upper world, most of them would feel immense hostility and killing intent. What about the sin spirits within? Su Zimo asked. They were born in this generation and have been separated by countless generations. They have nothing to do with the mistakes of their ancestors in the ancient era. Why should they suffer all of this? Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others were stunned for a moment. Someone committed a serious crime but was already punished. However, his descendants would still have to be implicated no matter how many generations or years passed. The descendants of these people bore the mark of sin the moment they were born and had to accept punishment, unable to make a comeback for generations to come. However, what did these descendants have to do with the sins of the past? A moment later, Yulan said hesitantly, I believe, the blood of sin flows in the bodies of these descendants of sin spirits as well. Although that was the case, Yulan's tone was uncertain. Lu Yun and the other peak masters fell into deep thought as well. Gong Suanyu looked at Su Zimo and smiled. Peak master, you'll know when you enter the evil fiend battlefield. Even if you're benevolent inside, those evil fiends and sin spirits won't let us off. Each of those evil fiends and sin spirits is more ferocious and vicious than the other. In the evil fiend battlefield, there's only your survival or theirs. There's no other choice. Chapter 2782, Chapter 2782, Battle Merits. Chapter 2782, Battle Merits. Right. Su Zimo recalled something else and asked, Brother Lu once said that exchanging for the Venus Black Gold Stone is related to the evil fiend battlefield. Why is that so? Lu Yun smiled and explained, there are all sorts of peerless treasures in the Blessed Pavilion. However, battle merits are required to exchange for the treasures inside. Battle merits? Su Zimo murmured softly. Lu Yun said, battle merits are similar to contribution points. You can understand them as a currency unique to the blessed heaven world and can only be used here. There's only one way to obtain battle merits: entering the evil fiend battlefield and killing the evil fiends and sin spirits inside. Yulan said at the side, most of the evil fiends and sin spirits in the evil fiend battlefield are at the perfected spirit realm and there are no grotto heaven realm experts. Xuanzhen, Wang Dong and the others killed evil fiends and sin spirits in the evil fiend battlefields and have some battle merits. However, they still need a lot more to exchange for a treasure like the Venus Black Gold Stone. Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder why Lu Yun had once said that he did not need essence spirit stones or other unique treasures to exchange for the Venus Black Gold Stone in the Blessed Heaven world. In the Blessed Heaven world, battle merits were the only hard currency. As everyone conversed, the Immortal boat had already arrived above Blessed Island. Su Zimo turned back and looked at the darkness in the distance of the Blessed Heaven world with a slight frown. Indeed, there were strange things everywhere in the Blessed Heaven world. Not only were there some special rules, but they also had their own unique trading rules. From a certain perspective, the Blessed Heaven world encouraged the living beings of the 10,000 races of the upper world to enter the evil fiend battlefield to fight and obtain battle merits. The evil fiends and sin spirits were enemies with the 10,000 races? Could that have anything to do with the chaos of the Trichiliocosm? Su Zimo felt that there was a layer of fog behind this matter that prevented him from seeing the truth. Even what Lu Yun and the others said could be taken both ways. Everyone retreated from the Immortal boat and descended slowly on Blessed Island. Although Blessed Island had a ban that every living being could only stay in the Blessed Heaven world for 10 days each 1,000 years, there was still a sea of people on Blessed Island and it was extremely lively. There were way too many living beings of the 10,000 races in the Trichiliocosm, and there was only a single blessed island. Su Zimo merely took a rough glance and saw at least 7 to 8 different races in the surroundings. Although they were in human form, their auras were extremely different from humans. Lu Yun said, "You can see living beings from various worlds in the blessed heaven world. The dozens of people there are from the Golden Crow world." Su Zimo followed Lu Yun's gaze and saw a group of perfected spirits at the Paradise Void realm. The leader had a pale golden expression and was tall and thin. He looked cold and his gaze was as sharp as an eagle. The so-called Golden Crow world was the world ruled by the 3D Golden Crow race. The Golden Crow race was one of the primordial 9 races of Tianhuang mainland. In the upper world, the Golden Crow world was also a super-large world. Su Zimo swept his gaze and saw more than 10 cultivators passing by not far away with their heads held high. Although the cultivators were in human form, Su Zimo's essence spirit contained the dragon phoenix essence spirit, and he was extremely sensitive to the aura of the dragon race. He recognized the origin of the cultivators right away. They were from the dragon world. The Immortal King, expert in the lead of the dragon world, seemed to have sensed something and looked in the direction of everyone from the sword world. In the end, his gaze landed on Su Zimo with a hint of confusion in the depths of his eyes. Thereafter, he shook his head and left with everyone from the dragon world without stopping. Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others led thousands of sword cultivators in the direction of the Blessed Pavilion. Along the way, Su Zimo saw the divine phoenixes of the Parasol Tree world, the god race with golden hair and blue eyes of the light world, and the tall, barbarian race from the barbarian world. Su Zimo had come into contact with these living beings in Tianhuang mainland before and was rather familiar with them. However, he had never seen most other races before. Thankfully, Lu Yun introduced them to him as they advanced, broadening his horizons. For example, the giant race being he came into contact with on the Dragon Abyss Star was from the giant world, a greater world. The worlds of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire and earth worlds were all middle worlds. On the isolated island, perfected spirit paragons of the 10,000 races from various worlds were gathered. Even Lin Xuanjun, Wang Dong and the others no longer seemed as outstanding after arriving at Blessed Island. Right then, hundreds of women walked over from the side. All of them emitted a faint fragrance and were extremely charming with their own merits. All of the women possessed an immortal charm individually, and they attracted searing gazes everywhere they passed. Even Gong Sunyu, Wang Dong and the others stole a few glances in that direction. Those are cultivators of the flower world. Yulan smiled and said, "The flower world is a greater world and most of them are women. The leader is Immortal Queen Yulan and can be considered an expert of the Grotto Heaven realm." Immortal Queen Yulan had an extraordinary demeanor and was like an orchid that stood out from the crowd. When she saw Lu Yun and the others, she cupped her hands and nodded with a smile as a form of greeting. Suddenly, Immortal Queen Yulan's beautiful eyes shifted and landed on Su Zimo. The green-robed man with refined features looked young, and his cultivation was only that of a celestial being perfected immortal. However, he walked side by side with Lu Yun and the other immortal kings. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, Immortal Queen Yulan had an inexplicably favorable impression of this young man she had never met before. It was as though there was something special or aura about this person that made her feel a sense of intimacy involuntarily. Was it love at first sight? Immortal Queen Yulan snapped out her stupor the moment that thought passed through her mind. She chided herself gently, "What's wrong with me? Why am I letting my imagination run wild?" Others did not know what was happening, they merely saw Immortal Queen Yulan's beautiful eyes staring at Su Zimo without blinking. There seemed to be a faint blush on her face, making her exceptionally endearing. Lu Yun and the others were stunned when they saw that. Su Zimo was the only one who could roughly guess the reason why. Immortal Queen Yulan's true form should be an orchid, which was why she felt a sense of familiarity with his green lotus true body. Fellow Taoist Yulan, are you acquainted with Brother Su? Lu Yun coughed lightly and probed. At that moment, Immortal Queen Yulan had already returned to normal. She shook her head gently and said with a smile, I'm not. May I know how I should address this young friend? Lu Yun introduced, this is Su Zhu, the peak master of the 9th sword peak of our sword world. Oh. Immortal Queen Yulan was slightly surprised. That explains why he could stand shoulder to shoulder with you and the others, fellow Taoist Lu. In that case, I should treat him as an equal as well. Pausing for a moment, she looked at Su Zimo and smiled. Fellow Taoist Su, if you have the chance to come to the flower world in the future, remember to look for me. I can bring you around the flower world. That was an extremely clear invitation. Bai Tianqing was envious and could not help but say, Fairy Yulan, why are you inviting Brother Su alone? What about us? We want to take a look at the flower world too. Immortal Queen Yulan smiled. Sure thing. Everyone is welcome. Useless. Yulan rolled her eyes at him. Lu Yun shook his head helplessly. How can you be so shameless as to take the initiative to approach others when they didn't even invite you? Everyone from the sword and flower worlds chuckled. The immortal kings chatted casually for a while more before bidding farewell. Before leaving, Immortal Queen Yulan took another deep look at Su Zimo before turning to leave with a hint of doubt. Chapter 2783, Chapter 2783, Blessed Heaven World Badge. Chapter 2783, Blessed Heaven World Badge. The Blessed Pavilion was in the center of Blessed Island and was also the tallest and largest building on the island. It was extremely conspicuous. Everyone from the sword world headed towards the Blessed Pavilion and encountered at least hundreds of living beings of the 10,000 races along the way. Most cultivators and living beings from other worlds would show some respect, and they encountered everyone from the sword world. Even for some living beings from other super large worlds, they would exchange pleasantries with Lu Yun and the others when they met. However, Su Zimo's group numbered in the thousands and naturally attracted many discussions. Why are there so many people from the sword world? They even brought a group of earth and heaven immortals with them? The clothes of those people are different from the sword world. They seem to be from the 7 stars sword world. Oh, right. I heard that the 7 stars sword world was destroyed a few days ago. Hundreds of millions of living beings were slaughtered by the heavenly eye world and it was reduced to ruins. This group of people are probably the only remaining cultivators of the 7 stars sword world who were taken in by the sword world. Many cultivators and living beings guessed the general situation with a few words. Before long, everyone from the sword world arrived before the Blessed Pavilion. Lu Yun said, every perfected spirit can obtain a personal identity badge in the Blessed Pavilion. Leave a spirit consciousness imprint on the front of the badge and write your name. The back will display the points of your battle merits. Spirit consciousness imprint? Su Zimo murmured softly in deep thought. He suddenly recalled something. Back when he first arrived at the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, he was forced to participate in a hunt held by Prince Yuanzhua. At that time, Prince Yuanzhua distributed a badge to everyone and asked them to leave their spirit consciousness imprint on it. In reality, Prince Yuanzhua used that spirit consciousness imprint to monitor everyone and control the location and movements of every cultivator with their spirit consciousness imprints. As though he could tell Su Zimo's concerns, Lu Yun said, Brother Su, there's no need to worry. This Blessed Heaven World Badge has been passed down through the ages and there has never been any problems. Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. In reality, even if there were any latent dangers to the Blessed Heaven World Badge, such tricks could no longer threaten him. After cultivating the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, even the sect master of the academy could not divine everything about him. With the Dharmic Tao of the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, Su Zimo could leave his spirit consciousness imprint on it completely. However, he could erase the spirit consciousness imprint on the Blessed Heaven World Badge completely with a single thought, even if they were billions of miles apart. Lu Yun continued, the Blessed Heaven World Badge is only useful in the Blessed Heaven World. Before leaving the Blessed Heaven World, you have to store the badge in the Blessed Pavilion. The battle merits inside will also be preserved and you can continue using it the next time you come. Pausing for a moment, Lu Yun continued, of course, if a living being dies outside, it means that his Blessed Heaven World Badge will no longer have an owner and the battle merits on it will disappear as well. Wang Dong, Xuanzhen, head to the Blessed Pavilion to retrieve your badges. Those who don't have badges can also obtain them from the Blessed Pavilion. Under the lead of Lin Xuanzhen and Wang Dong, Su Zimo, Baiming Shui, Meng Hao and a few other perfected immortals who did not have the Blessed Heaven World Badge entered a hall on the left of the Blessed Pavilion. The moment he entered the hall, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and tiny spots of light floated around him. Lin Xuanzhen, Wang Dong and the others released their spirit consciousnesses and a light spot flew towards them. It was their Blessed Heaven World Badge. When Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness, a badge flew over as well. It was made of a special material that resembled jade but was not jade, stone but not stone. Both sides were blank. Su Zimo imprinted the words, Su Zhu, on one side with his spirit consciousness. Immediately after, the words, Battle Merits, appeared on the back. The back of the words, Battle Merits, was blank as well and there were no points displayed. Baiming Shui, Meng Hao and the others did the same. A moment later, everyone left the hall and returned to the entrance of the Blessed Pavilion. Lu Yun looked at the thousands of Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals at the entrance of the Blessed Pavilion and said in a deep voice, let's rent a residence first. Although there's no danger in the Blessed Heaven World, there are many of us on this trip. We can have a base if we rent a residence. Only experts who were perfected spirits or stronger could enter the Blessed Pavilion. Of the 7 Stars Sword World cultivators who just joined the Sword World, many thousands of them were not qualified. Yulan frowned slightly. To rent a residence that can accommodate thousands of people, I'm afraid it will cost 10 battle merits each day. It's only 10 battle merits. That doesn't seem too much? Su Zimo probed. Yulan shook her head and explained, it's extremely difficult to obtain battle merits in the Evil Fiend battlefield. You must know, killing a Paradise Void Realm Evil Fiend or Sin Spirit is only worth 10 battle merits. Convergence Realm Evil Fiends are merely worth 1 battle merit. Convergence Realm Evil Fiends are worth 3 battle merits while Hollow Nether Realm Evil Fiends are worth 6. Meng Hao was speechless. Good lord, renting such a residence for a day means that we'll have to kill a Paradise Void Realm Evil Fiend. Yulan said, that's right. If we stay in the Blessed Heaven World for 10 days, we'll have to spend 100 battle merits for nothing. Feng Su said, there are many people in the Blessed Heaven World. Renting a residence can at least prevent living beings of other worlds from spying on us. There's no need for us to hide our communication and it will be more convenient for us to do things. Right then, Lin Xuanzhen suddenly said indifferently, Master, let's rent a residence. I'll naturally be able to get back the 100 battle merits expended. Alright. When Yulan saw Lin Xuanzhen say that, she did not insist. Before long, everyone from the Sword World found an empty residence near the Blessed Pavilion. There was a groove in the shape of a badge at the entrance of the residence. Lin Xuanzhen went forward and placed her Blessed Heaven World badge on the groove of the door and it matched perfectly. Immediately after, the residence shone brightly and the door opened. Among the perfected immortals of the Sword World, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu and the others had less than 10 battle merit points. Only Lin Xuanzhen had more than 2 battle merits on her Blessed Heaven World badge and could rent this residence. Su Zimo could see it clearly. Initially, there was a powerful restriction around the residence that prevented outsiders from barging in. The restriction could only be removed with the help of the battle merits in the Blessed Heaven World badge. After settling the thousands of Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals in the residence, Lu Yun looked at the sky. Time is precious and there's no time to lose. I think you guys should head to the Blessed Pavilion now and prepare to enter the Evil Fiend battlefield. Everyone only had 10 days in the Blessed Pavilion. Right now, before everyone could obtain any battle merits, Lin Xuanzhen had already expended 100 battle merits. Alright. Gong Suanyu, Wang Dong and the others were invigorated and rubbed their fists eagerly. They could not wait any longer. The 5 peak masters along with Lin Xuanzhen, Wang Dong, Meng Hao and the other perfected immortals left the residence and arrived before the Blessed Pavilion once more. The Blessed Pavilion can roughly be divided into 2 regions. Lu Yun said in a deep voice, "There's a pagoda on the left with many unique treasures inside. The area on the right leads to the Evil Fiend battlefield." Feng Su said, "Let's go to the treasure pagoda on the left first and see how much battle merit the Venus Black Gold Stone is worth so that we can have a better idea of things." Everyone from the Sword World entered the Blessed Pavilion. After turning left, they arrived in front of a towering pagoda. It was the treasure pagoda of the Blessed Pavilion. Chapter 2784, Chapter 2784, Stone Race. Chapter 2784, Stone Race. Upon entering the treasure pagoda, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Countless rare treasures were placed everywhere. Pills, divine weapons, universal treasures, cultivation techniques, secret skills, immortal herbs, immortal ores and beast eggs. There was practically everything available, including living or inanimate items. Everything was placed in the open on the first floor of the treasure pagoda. This was Meng Hao's first time in the treasure pagoda as well, and he could not help but exclaim. Each treasure was placed in sealed treasure chests of different sizes with different numbers engraved on them. Beside every number was a groove the size of a blessed heaven world badge. Lu Yun said in a low voice, "The numbers on it correspond to the battle merits needed to exchange for each treasure. If you want any treasure, place your blessed heaven world badge on it. If you have enough battle merits, the treasure chest will open on its own and you can take away the treasure within. Although there's no one guarding the treasure pagoda, anyone who dares to snatch or steal anything inside will be killed." Su Zimo took a casual glance and saw a well-preserved Dao fruit in a treasure chest not far away. Under normal circumstances, most perfected spirits would cultivate Dao fruits in their bodies. It was just that their names were different depending on the dermic Daos and races. However, it was not easy to obtain such a well-preserved Dao fruit. Every Dao fruit contained the dermic Dao profundities that this living being had cultivated for his entire life. If one could digest and absorb a single Dao fruit, it would increase the cultivation of a cultivator greatly. On the treasure chest was a number 10. 10 battle merits. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. A perfectly preserved Dao fruit only required 10 battle merits. Everyone from the Sword World watched as they walked down the hall of the treasure pagoda. Essence Morning Heaven Crystal, 100 battle merits. Purple Blood Immortal Mushroom, 200 battle merits. Blood Transformation Needle, 250 battle merits. As everyone ventured deeper, the number of battle merits required for the surrounding treasures increased. Before long, Su Zimo saw a familiar treasure. Bodhi Seed. Back then, this treasure was placed in the secret ground of the pure magnificence heaven by Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. It was extremely helpful to Su Zimo's cultivation and it was an extremely rare and precious treasure even in the upper world. 500 battle merits were required to redeem a Bodhi Seed. In the Evil Fiend battlefield, killing a Convergence Realm Evil Fiend merely earned 1 battle merit. A Paradise Void Realm Evil Fiend only gave 10 battle merits. It was not easy to obtain 500 battle merits. An hour had passed since they arrived. They had only walked through half of the hall on the first floor of the treasure pagoda, and the people of the sword world had yet to see the Venus black gold stone. Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others frowned. If the Venus black gold stone required too many battle merits, the pressure on Lin Xuanzhen and the others would increase as well. There was a high chance they would return empty-handed from this trip as well. Everyone advanced until they were about to reach the end of the hall on the first floor. Finally, they saw the Venus black gold stone in a treasure chest. The Venus black gold stone was only the size of a fingernail, but it cost 1,000 battle merits. Yulan sighed softly. 1,000 battle merits. This is the most precious treasure on the first floor of the treasure pagoda. When Su Zimo saw the troubled expressions on the faces of Lu Yun, Yulan and the others, he realized that it was probably more difficult and dangerous than he had imagined to enter the evil fiend battlefield to obtain battle merits. 1,000 battle merits meant that they had to obtain 100 battle merits each day for the 10 days. That meant that they had to kill 10 Paradise Void perfected spirits. Su Zimo had fought the Yiksha and Azura races briefly before and knew how terrifying such living beings were. It would indeed be troublesome to deal with them in the evil fiend battlefield. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. If we can't accumulate enough battle merits in one go, can we wait for 1,000 years before returning to the blessed heaven world to obtain more battle merits? Of course we can. Lu Yun said, however, the Venus black gold stone might have already been exchanged for the next time you come. In addition, in order to accumulate 1,000 battle merits, you will have to kill a lot of evil fiends. The powerful evil fiends in the evil fiend battlefield will definitely target you. The next time you enter the evil fiend battlefield, the weaker evil fiends and sin spirits will have long hidden themselves. You'll be only targeted by the powerful evil fiends inside and might not have a chance to obtain much battle merits. Feng Su said, from what I know, the strongest perfected spirits throughout history have only accumulated around 5,000 battle merits. Beyond that, it's extremely difficult to continue obtaining battle merits. Lin Xuanzhen said, it's not impossible to get 1,000 battle merits in 10 days. Gong Suanyu added, Peak Masters, don't worry. We have the Blessed Heaven World Badge. If we encounter any danger, we can retreat at any moment. That was another use of the Blessed Heaven World Badge. As long as they carried the Blessed Heaven World Badge, they could leave the evil fiend battlefield and return to the Blessed Heaven World at any moment. However, they would have to spend 10 battle merits each time. Sword Immortal Tai Lai added, that's right. Since we're already here, we have to fight in the evil fiend battlefield. Usually, they were restrained when sparring with their fellow disciples in the sword world and had too many reservations. Now that they were in the blessed heaven world, there was no need for them to hold back against the evil fiends and sin spirits. They could kill to their heart's content and naturally, everyone was unwilling to return empty-handed. Lu Yun, Yulan and the others exchanged glances and nodded after some hesitation. Bai Tianqing said, the evil fiend battlefield is not a good place. The evil fiends and sin spirits inside are ferocious and vicious. Furthermore, they have powerful combat strength and cannot be underestimated. There are even monster incarnates who have comprehended peerless divine powers among the evil fiends and sin spirits inside. If you encounter them, don't fight them and retreat immediately. The evil fiends and sin spirits inside and comprehend peerless divine powers? Meng Hao was shocked. Of course. Lu Yun said, the strongest evil fiends and sin spirits inside are definitely not inferior to paragons and monster incarnates of the 10,000 races of the various worlds. If not for that, the evil fiends and sin spirits inside would have been killed entirely long ago. Since ancient times, there have been many paragons of the Trichiliocosm who died inside and became food for the evil fiends. In name, you're the ones who went in to kill the evil fiends and obtain battle merits. However, the evil fiends and sin spirits inside also want to kill you and obtain your cultivation resources. Yulan added, in addition, in the evil fiend battlefield, apart from guarding against the evil fiends and sin spirits, you have to be wary of perfected spirits of other worlds as well. There are no restrictions in the evil fiend battlefield at all, and fights between perfected spirits of the 10,000 races will happen frequently. All of you have to be careful. Feng Su said, I looked around earlier on and didn't see anyone from the Heavenly Eye race or the Stone race. That's a good thing for us. Stone race? Su Zimo's expression changed. Lu Yun could tell that Su Zimo was puzzled and explained, the stone world is also a super large world and has a bad relationship with our sword world. There have been grudges for a long time, and it's been like this for a few eras. The bloodline of the stone race is ordinary, but their physiques are incomparably tough. Even divine weapons might not be able to injure them. The stone race beings are very easy to recognize. Most of them are burly and tall, and their skin is gray and rough, as though they are covered in a layer of stone. It's not only in the evil fiend battlefield. If you encounter people from the stone race elsewhere, you have to be careful as well. Su Zimo nodded and took a mental note. Chapter 2785, Chapter 2785, Battle Merits Jade Steel. Chapter 2785, Battle Merits Jade Steel. What's up there? Su Zimo pointed above him. The treasure pagoda towered into the clouds and clearly had more than one floor. Right now, everyone was only in the hall on the first floor of the treasure pagoda. Lu Yun said, the treasure pagoda is filled with all sorts of rare treasures. It's the same for the next 4 floors above. The treasures on the second floor of the treasure pagoda will require at least 1,000 battle merits, and the upper limit is 2,000. Treasures on the third floor will require between 2,000 to 3,000 battle merits. That pattern goes on until the 5th floor. The higher the floors, the higher the number of battle merits required for the treasures. What about those after the 5th floor? Meng Hao could not help but ask. Yulan said, the treasures above the 5th floor require 5,000 battle merits at the very least. However, as far as I know, those floors have not been opened for a long time. Bai Tianqing interrupted from the side. It's said that there are even rarer and more precious treasures above the 10th floor, even treasures such as taboo mystic classics. Ah! Everyone from the sword world exclaimed softly. Lu Yun shook his head gently. Those are just rumors. Even if they do exist, the battle merits required are unimaginable. It's just that it's impossible to obtain them by fighting an evil fiend battlefield alone. In reality, that was indeed the case. The upper limit of perfected spirits allowed in the evil fiend battlefield was 10 for each world. It was difficult to estimate the number of evil fiends and sin spirits in the evil fiend battlefield. Once they stayed in the evil fiend battlefield for too long a period of time, they would definitely be targeted and fall into a bitter and dangerous situation. At that time, they would be extremely lucky to escape alive, let alone obtain battle merits. Everyone walked around the hall on the first floor of the treasure pagoda before leaving. 1,000 battle merits were required for this trip. That was a huge challenge for Lin Xuanzhen and the others. Time was precious and there was no need for everyone to stay in the treasure pagoda any longer. After leaving the treasure pagoda, everyone did not stop and headed in the direction of the evil fiend battlefield. On the way, Lin Xuanzhen suddenly said, I'll split the battle merits in my Blessed Heaven World badge with you guys first. Lu Yun nodded. Everyone will get 10 battle merits. That way, if you encounter any danger inside, you can leave immediately. Not only were the Blessed Heaven World badges used to record battle merits, they were also equivalent to a teleportation method that allowed them to leave the evil fiend battlefield at any time. However, they had to expend 10 battle merits each time they wanted to teleport out of the evil fiend battlefield using the Blessed Heaven World badge. Although Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others had been to the blessed heaven world before, they had less than 10 battle merits on their badges. As for Su Zimo and Bai Ming Shui's blessed heaven world badges, they did not have any battle merits at all. Wang Dong and the others took out their blessed heaven world badges. Lin Xuanzhen touched her badge slightly with the blessed heaven world badges of Wang Dong and the others and willed. The battle merits on the blessed heaven world badges of Wang Dong and the others instantly increased to 10 points. When Su Zimo saw that, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly frowned. Lu Yun noticed the change in Su Zimo's expression and said, "I believe you've already guessed it, Brother Su." Su Zimo nodded slightly. The battle merits on the blessed heaven world badge can be transferred at will. This means that in the evil fiend battlefield, the perfected spirits of the various worlds might fight for the battle merits. Exactly. Lu Yun said, therefore, apart from guarding against the evil fiends and sin spirits in the evil fiend battlefield, you have to be wary of experts from other worlds as well. Feng Su said, in the evil fiend battlefield, perfected spirits of the major worlds often fight one another. However, ordinary perfected spirits won't dare to provoke our sword world. Bai Tianqing said, if Lin Xuanzhen and the others join forces to form the myriad sword formation, they can even fight against a supreme perfected spirit. The entrance to the evil fiend battlefield was on a huge open-air square in the blessed pavilion. Before long, everyone from the sword world arrived at the blessed heaven world square. There were 10 gigantic water curtains erected around the square, clearly showing the terrains and environments of another world. Lu Yun said, the evil fiend battlefield can be roughly divided into 10 regions. These 10 gigantic screens represent the complete evil fiend battlefield. Stare at one of the gigantic screens and concentrate. When you extend your spirit consciousness into it, you'll be able to see the exact situation inside. Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness and touched one of the gigantic screens. Indeed. It was as though he had already entered the evil fiend battlefield. Initially, he was still in the firmaments. However, his vision narrowed continuously and everything before him seemed to be magnified. In fact, he could even clearly see the patterns on a fallen leaf in the evil fiend battlefield. It was a strange feeling. Su Zimo retracted his spirit consciousness and everything returned to normal. Living beings of the 10,000 races were gathered in the blessed heaven world square. There was a huge teleportation formation beneath every gigantic screen. 10 cultivators from the flying heaven world stepped onto a teleportation formation and disappeared from the blessed heaven world square with a series of flashes. The 10 of them should have already entered the evil fiend battlefield. Lu Yun explained, there are 10 teleportation entrances to the evil fiend battlefield and the landing location is random. Therefore, the first thing you guys do after entering the evil fiend battlefield is to observe your surroundings and be on guard. If they were unlucky and landed in a place where the evil fiends were gathered or encountered a supreme perfected spirit, everyone would probably have to retreat in advance. Su Zimo's gaze shifted and he saw a jade stele erected in the middle of the blessed heaven world square with names of cultivators listed on it. That's the battle merits jade stele and they rank perfected spirits based on their battle merits. There are 100 names in total and almost all the names on it are supreme perfected spirits. Lu Yun said, it's no exaggeration to say that these 100 of them are the strongest perfected spirits in the trichiliocosm. In the heavenly world, there were supreme perfected immortals and supreme perfected fiends. However, in the upper world, only those who comprehended peerless divine powers were qualified to be called supreme perfected spirits. In the entire trichiliocosm, there were countless living beings of the 10,000 races who had cultivated to the perfected spirit realm. However, there were less than 100 of them who could be called supreme perfected spirits. Even including some paragons who had comprehended peerless divine powers but did not leave their names on the battle merits jade stele, there were probably less than 200 of them in total. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the first row of the battle merits jade stele. Xia Yin, Heavenly Eye World. This Heavenly Eye race being named Xiaofan was rank 1 on the battle merits Jade Steel. Yulan said, that person is the one who was born with the yin-yang eyes. He's extremely ferocious among the perfected spirits of the Trichiliocosm. Although the ranking on the battle merits Jade Steel might not represent the ranking of actual combat strength, there won't be much of a difference. Su Zimo took a rough glance. Among the 100 spots on the battle merits Jade Steel, there were paragons from the Dragon World, Stone World, Great Wilderness, Parasol Tree World, Tomb World, Light World, Witch World, Blood World and Golden Crow World. Most of them came from super large worlds. The Heavenly Eye World alone had 2 people. However, he did not see anyone familiar on the battle merits Jade Steel. Chess Immortal Junyu belonged to the Heavenly World and had already comprehended peerless divine powers. She could be considered a supreme perfected spirit. However, her name was not on the battle merits Jade Steel. Su Zimo wondered if it was because she had yet to come to the blessed heaven world or because she did not have enough battle merits. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.